Good afternoon. We will call the Ways and Means Committee back to order. Thank you so much. I hope everyone had a healthy lunch break. And we will get started back on our agenda, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 577, which makes appropriations to the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for a certain new website and database and for the replacement of vehicles and computer hardware and associated software. And invite the presenters to the table. You must have done something in a former life. You had to put up with us on Friday and Monday? Oh.
Thank you, Chair. I always look forward to coming in and talking to you guys, especially if it's not 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. But unfortunately, you guys will probably be here in that respect. I assume that we're first talking about 577, correct? Okay. So within this bill, if you want me to go through it line by line, we're seeking $257 for a new website for the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team. This will allow us to make it more transparent to the public, actually putting a credit debit type system out there for critters and debtors to this program to actually be able to enter their data online to get a preliminary analysis so that our staff doesn't have to continue to do this. As we're seeing far more projects occurring out in these type of environments, this will help out considerably and we'll make it very transparent. Beyond that, section 2, we have the conservation districts are looking for 2 replacement vehicles. I was just reading it, based of course on the state administrative manual that dictates age and also mileage of when a vehicle should be replaced. We actually got one of these is a 2005 Dakota with over 200,000 miles on it that we got from somebody else. Well, according to everyone, it broke and cannot be repaired. So that's those vehicles there. Division of Water Resources is also seeking for replacement of 2 vehicles. Same thing. State Administrative Manual has dictated due to the time and due to the mileage that they need to be replaced. The 4th section is just again by Sam. Some of our computer software has actually become obsolete, which I was actually surprised it's only $16,000 worth of computers that have gone obsolete versus probably the true need. But in that respect, I'm grateful, especially in these economic times. I can answer any questions you wish, Chair, at this time, or any of the committees, if you wish.
Thank you so much. I only have one question, and all of the various one-time appropriations, they were included in the executive budget, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Perfect. Members, any questions? Not seeing any.
And then I think I forgot the obligatory, James Settlemeyer, Director, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
You
Thank
did.
you for
I
your
was
time.
picking on you, and I made you forget, so I'll take the blame for that.
I'll make sure to give her my card.
Thank you. We'll go to support. Do we have anyone here that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 577? Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City, and there's only one person in the audience in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone join us on the phone that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 577?
If you would like to testify in support of AB 577, please press star 9 to join the queue.
Hello, Chair Monroe Moreno and Ways and Means Committee members. My name is Jay Guerrero, Jayguerrero, and I am the Legislative Liaison for the Nature Conservancy's Nevada chapter. Thank you for hearing AB 577. We support funding the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for the development of a new website for the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program to better support and communicate their important conservation work. We also support funding for Nevada conservation districts and the Division of Water Resources to replace vehicles and computer hardware and software to enable them to continue their valuable work for Nevada. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no additional callers to provide support at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 577? Not seeing anyone here at the table in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go again to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 577.
Thank you, Chair. There are no callers for opposition at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. Is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 577? Not seeing anyone here in Carson City or in Las Vegas at the tables. We'll go to the phone line one last time and see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 577.
Thank you, Chair. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. We'll ask the presenter no closing comments. So with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 577. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 578, which makes appropriations to the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for the replacement of computer and information technology equipment, vehicles, and other equipment, and for certain projects. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. James Settlemeyer, Director, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and all smart people. I brought a bigger gun next to me to answer any detailed questions on this particular. Do you wish us to go through it line by line, or would you like to go immediately to questions, Chair?
Actually, we can go through it. I know there's appropriations in the bill in section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry. I will walk through AB 578. These are the multiple one-shot appropriations to the Nevada Division of Forestry. So Section 1 is a $6 million appropriation for Nevada's shared stewardship agreement, though this will come to the Division of Forestry. It is not for the Division of Forestry. This is a partner-led program for locally led conservation, where we pick priorities together. And so one of the things that is really important, I think many of you have heard my shared stewardship success stories, but this is leveraging about $145 million of federal funds that have come in primarily for federal lands in the state of Nevada to reduce the fuels. So this would be for the state and private side to make sure that our communities are protected as we go into fire seasons. This agreement was originally signed in 2019, and we had a five-year run that then we had a new re-signing in November of 2024. We picked 13 priority landscapes across Nevada. We have 8 of them active. As you know, the executive committee was made up of the heads of the state organizations and the federal agencies, as all we have control over is our people to make them work differently. And the purpose was to pick these priority landscapes where we have the highest risk from fire and to actually take our limited resources and our funding and aggressively attack the problem in those areas. Since since it began in 2019, it did take us a couple years to get off and running. We have put on the ground 954 treatments, treating almost 400,000 acres in the 7 priority landscapes. We still have to stand up the rest of them. That means we have to get staff on the ground to put their 5-year programs of work together and tell us how we can help fund those programs of work. Of the 7 that are stood up today, we have still about $65 million in work to do across those 7 landscapes. So shared stewardship, like I said, is not just for the Division of Forestry, it's for state and federal agencies and does leverage the funding. The other states that had allocated state funding actually got higher appropriations on the federal side. It's coming at a critical time as many of our federal programs that we have relied upon for the state and private land have been proposed for zeroing out on the state assistance side. And so we are hopeful that this appropriation will continue the good work that we've been doing across these communities. Section 2 is computer and IT replacements per the schedule in our budget account 4195. I wasn't going to go too in depth on that particular one. Section 3 is deferred maintenance in our general forestry account for all of the maintenance and repair of the multiple facilities across the state that the division runs and maintains. Section 4 is a $2,592,156, I don't even know how to say numbers this big, dollar replacement for replacement vehicles. This is 7 vehicles for our fire and fuels crews. As you know, we have been transitioning out of solely having our conservation camp crews as the camps have been closing. We've created 3 of these fire and fuels crews across the state, and we have a high success rate in getting people and keeping them on these crews. The issue we have learned is that the crew carriers that carried the inmates were built for security and less equipment than we can carry with these other crews. They were meant for in-state transport mostly, and we're now sending these guys out of state from time to time to get quals. They carry more chainsaws, they carry more equipment. They also need things like cell phones, so they need to be able to plug them in the back of the car. So we looked at retrofitting our current crew carriers to try to make just a different box on the back. This is Casey's very simplistic mechanical terms. And it doesn't work. It was more costly to actually retrofit, and it wasn't possible because of the chassis that's underneath. So these new vehicles would be for our fire and fuels crews, 7 across the state, 1 for air operations, to make them compliant and a little bit more comfortable as they move down the road. Section 5 is the deferred maintenance for the camp program side, and that would be for all open camps. And just a reminder, that's 3 Lakes Valley, that down in southern Nevada, Eastern Sierra up here. I think they call it Stewart still. I don't know how the naming part got confused between us and DOC, and Pioche and Jean down in southern Nevada. Then Section 7 is a chainsaw replacement. The division operates over about 200 chainsaws across the state daily and on fires. So we are constantly out there cutting brush, cutting trees. This actually is a replacement schedule that we've been doing for many years. And it's not only replacement saws for those that are completely or out of use, but also we have refurbishment kits in here. We have been able to extend the life up to about 600 hours per saw by buying and implementing these refurbishment kits. Section 8 is computer replacements for budget account 4198, which is our camp budget account allocation. And that, I think, is all of the allocations, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just verifying, there are no amendments to this bill, correct?
None that I could recall, except one of the numbers, and I believe it was in section, but I didn't know if it was in the reprint. Let me look at the number. It was I don't know. So none that I can recall, no. And all of these, and I should have said for the record, sorry, Casey, I think there was one minor number tweak in one of the sections, and then all of these were in our governor's approved budget.
It is in the reprint, and you got my second question, that it was in the governor's approved budget. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for going through each one of those one-time appropriations, and ask you to take a step back, and we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 578. Not seeing anyone here at the table in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 578.
Chair, we have no callers on the line to testify in support.
God bless you. Thank you so much. We'll go to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to testify in opposition of AB 578? And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or the table in Las Vegas, we'll again go to the phone line and see if there's anyone on the phone that would like to provide testimony in opposition.
Chair, we still have no callers for opposition testimony.
And finally, neutral. Is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on AB 578? Not seeing any here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. And we'll go to the phone line for one last try. Is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 578?
Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. Any closing comments? All righty then. With that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 578. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 580, which makes an appropriation to the Department of Indigent Defense Services for certain costs related to the provisions of indigent defense services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Peter Handy, Executive Director of the Department of Indigent Defense Services. And this should actually be a pretty brief introduction for this. This bill really just allocates $3 million to the department to support the cost of stipends for public defenders and other costs of the department related to compliance with the Davis v. State consent judgment. As this body is well aware, the monitor for the Davis v. State consent judgment has repeatedly indicated that the department is in need of funding that it needs to have immediate access to comply with the judgment and to have access to that without having to go through IFC or other more rigorous operations to get access to that funding so it could be utilized. And this is in pursuit of meeting that requirement that the monitor's laid out for us.
I have a question, then I know that my vice chair also has a question. The way that I read the bill, it looks like it would provide or propose stipends for public defenders. How do you anticipate structuring the stipend program? Because that's how I read the bill.
Peter Handy for the record. I think it'd be structured one of two ways. If it's meant to be for state public defender employees, it would be done as a stipend to those employees. Otherwise, it'd be done on a reimbursement model, potentially a grant model, to where stipends can be paid by the counties who are paying their employees or contractors, like retention bonuses, hiring bonuses, those kinds of stipends. And then the state would either reimburse them for those expenditures or, like I said, provide that funding in advance so that their budgets could accommodate those expenditures out of the gate instead of having to wait till the end of the year for reimbursement, which typically occurs.
So I'm going to ask you to take us back a little bit and just kind of give us a tutorial and refresh my memory on what we've heard during the subcommittee meetings and budget closings and many IFC meetings with this. Currently, those state public defenders or state employees who receive a salary, and they're all uniform salary, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the stipend would be a bonus? How do you perceive that stipend? I'm not understanding why they would need a stipend.
Sure. The way it's been proposed in the past, that the department's indicated, is it brings parity to the department, or not to the department, to the NSPD employees with local prosecutors. In many ways, state employees are underpaid compared to their local counterparts. In the NSPD's office, there's even some disparity with the Attorney General's office in terms of pay. For example, the Deputy Public Defender and Deputy Attorney General have the same pay scale, but the Senior Deputy Attorney General is the same pay as a supervising public defender, which is sort of like an office chief. The state public defender is paid on the same scale as a chief deputy attorney general. So there's some discrepancy there that could be made up for with stipends to help encourage, again, attract and retain people to work in the state public defender's office.
I have a few more questions, but I am going to go to Vice Chair Bacchus, and then we'll come back to me if she doesn't ask the questions that I have running through my head.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hopefully I can touch on some of those. So I guess maybe take us back. I don't know if you have utilized these stipends in the past, and if so, maybe explain to us what those stipends look like, because obviously if there's pay parity that I'm hearing, is I would think of that would be obviously bringing someone's pay up to maybe a comparable position that's in another division or department. But can you kind of maybe walk us through how you foresee, or if you've used these stipends in the past, how they have been used, and if not, how you plan to use them?
Sure. Peter Handy for the record. These stipends have not been used in the past. We've proposed them in the past. It was indicated to us we don't have the statutory authority to pay those stipends since these are salaried, unclassified positions, and absent a legislative approval to pay stipends, we don't have the authority to do that. So we'd anticipate doing it, and the way we proposed it was we did comparable position classification sort of studies with Clark County, Washoe County, and Carson City public defenders using about the same positions, using the midpoint in their pay scales to determine what parity would be approximately for positions in the NSPD's office, and then providing a stipend above the salary amount for the NSPD employee to reach the midpoint for that average between those positions, if that makes sense. I'd probably be easier with the chart, which I have, but not with me.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like it's kind of like a bonus kind of thing, or some sort of like I mean, is it something that's going to be a one time? Or when I went back and reread the bill, because I was like, am I understanding this correctly? And the bill almost seems like it was to almost carry over before they can seek reimbursement. And then also the bill refers in here also other costs. So I was just kind of curious if you can kind of clarify this a little bit more for us.
Yes, Peter Handy for the record. So the other costs are those unforeseen costs. It's not infrequent that the monitor identifies new issues that the state needs to comply with the Davis consent judgment, and this will give us the flexibility to expend these funds on whatever those costs might be that we haven't foreseen as of today. I believe that the budget that's already been approved for the department will be able to continue all of the programs that we have currently. This would just be an allocation, in addition to the stipends, for things that haven't been foreseen that may assist in compliance with the Davis judgment.
Madam Chair, my last question. And then I just want to make sure this was not something that was in the executive budget, was it?
That's correct.
Well, the maximum salary for the state public defenders is in the actual pay bill. And if this were to be passed, it would exceed that maximum salary that's allowed for in the pay bill. So I personally have an issue with that as the fiscal leader of this body, and just appropriating the $3 million as a one-time general fund appropriation doesn't set right. I get an idea of what you would like to do, but I think it exceeds the allowable salary. So
If I could
if you
briefly.
go ahead.
So we have had the AB 580 funds over the last biennium, which have provided stipends to these employees already. They're for weekend and holiday 48-hour hearings. So these payments have, well, a type of stipend has been paid to public defender employees already. That was $450 a day, and that is a substantial amount of money over the course of a year for covering one of these each weekend. Those are costs that are in excess of the payable for the last biennium that have been being paid.
And for those dollars to be utilized, you come to IFC for reimbursement on those dollars. Those are work programs that come to us, and that's why we've had so many meetings that this has been brought up on all the meetings. And giving the one-time general fund appropriation, I am not comfortable with. However, to continue with the process that we have been doing, you put together a work program, justify that work program, and bring it to IFC, and if the members agree with it, it would be approved. But that's where I am sitting if we're going to move this bill forward in a work session. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 580? Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. Broadcast, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 580?
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 580, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide support testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. Is there anyone here that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 580? Not seeing anyone at the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. We'll go to our phone lines again.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 580, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much, and we'll move to neutral. Is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 580? Not seeing anyone at the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone lines for one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 580.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Assembly Bill 580, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers choosing to provide neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the bill presenters if you have any closing comments. Nope. All right. Then we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 580. Thank you for being here with us today. And we will move on to our next bill. It's Assembly Bill 582, which revises provisions relating to the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarship Program. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Kirsten Van Ryn, the Chief of Staff for the Nevada State Treasurer's Office. I'm here today to present AB 582, which provides a technical adjustment to the funding mechanism for the Governor Gwynn Millennium Scholarships administrative costs. By way of background, the Millennium Scholarship Awards are funded through 40% of tobacco settlement revenues received to the state each year, a $7.6 million transfer from the Abandoned Property Trust account, and more recently, one-shot appropriations made by the legislature to ensure the scholarship is ongoing, as this program relies upon this one-shot funding each biennium given its insolvency. Currently, the administrative costs of the scholarships are covered by fees brought in by 529 contract partners, not general fund dollars. Excuse me. This reference is found in NRS 353B.355 sub B, which allows the College Savings Endowment Account to cover payment of the administrative costs for the Millennium Scholarship Program. However, the current language only allows up to 3% of the anticipated dollars received by the state from the tobacco settlement dollars that go towards the Millennium Scholarship to be used for administrative expenses. Each year, we have seen tobacco settlement dollars decrease, and as a result, the allowable total administrative expenses, which rely on the calculation from the tobacco settlement funds, have also decreased. This bill raises the statutory cap from 3% of those dollars received to 13%. The 13% amount will be sufficient to fund a new system implementation and the program's administrative expenses for the upcoming biennium. I would also note this bill is aligned with Budget Account 1088's closing, which occurred on April 10th. To date, the Millennium Scholarship has assisted over 177,000 of Nevada's best and brightest in attaining higher education, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. So by increasing the funding cap for the administration costs from 3 to the 13%, do you foresee having to come back for additional one-time appropriations, or will that take care of all the administrative costs, that part of the Millennium Scholarship?
Kirsten Van Ryn, for the record, this should take care of the administrative costs, at least for the next couple of years. We've looked it out to 2028, and it's sufficient to cover out through then. Again, depending on how much the tobacco settlement dollars go down, if they go down drastically, there may be a need in the future to come back for additional dollars from this account. But again, we just won't know until that happens, unfortunately.
I understand completely. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'll ask you to take a step back to the seats, and we'll invite anyone to the tables that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 582. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber's in support of this from the fiscal perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to our phone lines. Do we have anyone joining us on the phone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 582?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 582, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 582? Not seeing anyone here in Carson City or at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go back to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 582.
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 582, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. We will move to neutral. Is there anyone that would like to make neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 582? Not seeing anyone here in Carson City or at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 582.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 582, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenter, do you have any closing comments? And she's shaking her head no. So we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 582. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 570, which makes an appropriation to the Department of Corrections for various purposes relating to certain technology, training, and equipment. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Monroe Morano and the members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is James Zurenda, D-Z-U-R-E-N-D-A. I'm the Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Section 1 of AB 570 is asking to make appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for prison medical care budget account for the replacement of medical and dental equipment with the following sums for fiscal year 25-26, $324,664, and for fiscal year 26-27 for $39,939. Section 2 of this is asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for the replacement of vehicles, and the following sums are fiscal year 25-26, $5,154,386, and then in fiscal year 26-27 for a total of $43,446. In Section 3, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for the replacement of equipment related to IT or information technology and networks and systems for the sums of fiscal year 25-26 for $161,526, and for fiscal year 26-27 for a total of $133,153. Under Section 4, this bill asks for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for internet connectivity and services related to the installation of equipment necessary for internet connectivity at Ely State Prison in Carlin for the camp of these sums. However, we're asking to change that to be proposed to eliminate this section. Currently, the Ely Conservation Camp, which has all of our equipment and information technology transfer station out of there, we thought was going to be closed based upon the contract with BL&M for that lease of that property. However, it was extended. So the extension of that will allow us time to get fiber optics into Ely State Prison and Carlin, which we will not need these funds to set up temporarily. So we're asking to eliminate Section 4 of this bill. Section 5 of the bill is asking for appropriation from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for the sum of $801,320 for the replacement of a refrigerator truck, garbage truck, and dump truck. However, we're asking to amend this. The garbage truck and dump truck, we did get a local dealership or a way of acquiring a dump truck and a garbage truck that we refurbished. We do not need one at this time, so we're asking to return that. With the refrigerator trucks, we asked for 5 refrigerator trucks. I redistrict the department under 3 districts, the north, the south, and the rurals, so I will only need 3. So we're going to ask for a return of 3 of those dump trucks. This would reduce the $801,320 to be reduced to $225,750 for 3 refrigerator trucks. Section 6 of this bill asks for appropriated state general funds to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for the sum of $123,308 for the replacement of office chairs and furniture for an executive office. Under Section 7, asking for appropriation from State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for the sum of $2,861,657 for the replacement of passenger buses and the purchase of a transport van and transport vans. Under Section 8, ask for appropriation from the state's general fund to the Department of Correction for the Office of the Director of Budget account for the sum of $103,347 for the replacement of computer hardware and associated software. Section 9 of this, asking for appropriations from the state general fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of the Director budget account for the sum of $1,313,733 for equipment and training for correction equipment and training for correction officers. Under Section 10, ask for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Correctional Programs budget account for the sum of $71,604 for the replacement of office chairs. Under Section 11, any remaining balance of the appropriations made by under Sections 5 and 10, inclusive of this act, must not be committed for the expenditure after June 30th of 2027. Under Section 12, asking for appropriations from State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Office of Director budget account for the sum of $341,630 for the replacement of hardware, software, and equipment for the information technology servers. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the detailed overview. So just want to make sure sections 1 through to 11 would become effective on July 1st of 2025, and then section 12 will become effective July 1st of 2026, correct?
So this is James Renner for the record. That is correct. 1 through 11, July 1st of 2025, and the effective date of Section 12 is July of 2026.
Perfect. And then with the deletion of section 4 and the revision of section 5, the total general fund appropriation would be $10,898,143. That's the number I have. Is that the number you have?
James Renner for the record. Just took me a second to calculate. Yeah, it's correct.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Yes. Assemblymember Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious about Section 6, the 123.3 for replacement of office chairs and furniture. Is that for just one executive office? That sounds like a lot of money to me.
James Renner for the record. The furniture was for the executive office. The chairs was for the replacement of the office chairs in the whole director's budget.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That sounded a little much for one office.
You're welcome. I think it's 190 office chairs. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for the details. And I'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 570. And not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line. Do we have anyone joining us that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 570?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 570, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide support testimony.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 570? And not seeing anyone come to the table in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 570?
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 570, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 570, I invite you to the table. I'm not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one in Las Vegas. We'll go one last time to our phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 570.
If you would like to provide neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 570, please press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide testimony at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenters if and they're shaking their head no, so we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 570, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 572. 572 makes appropriations to the Department of Corrections for the replacement and purchase of certain equipment and furniture.
Chair Monroe Morano and the members of the Ways and Means Committee, I'm James Zarenda, DZURENDA. I'm Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Under AB 572, Section 1, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Pioche Conservation Camp budget account for the purposes of small equipment in the following sums: 2020 in the fiscal year of 25-26, $317, in the fiscal year of 26-27 for $317. Under Section 2, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Gene Conservation Camp budget account for the purchase of small equipment for the following sums: fiscal year 25-26, $1,590, and fiscal year 26-27, $1,590 as well. Under Section 3, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Carlin Conservation Camp budget account for the purposes of small equipment for the following sums: fiscal year 25-26, $3,786, and fiscal year 26-27, $3,786 as well. Under Section 4, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Stewart Conservation Camp budget account, the sum of $59,240 for the replacement of a dishwasher. Under Section 5, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for Pioche Conservation Camp budget account for the sum of $38,503 for the replacement of laundry equipment. Under Section 6, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Three Lakes Valley Conservation Camp budget account for the sum of $31,384 for the replacement of propane water heaters. Under Section 7, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Gene Conservation Camp budget account for the sum of $160,610 for the replacement of office chairs and laundry equipment. Under Section 8, ask for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the Carlin Conservation Camp budget account for the sum of $31,616 for the replacement of boilers. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, and there are no amendments to this bill.
James Renda, for the record, there is no amendments.
Perfect. Members, any questions? All right. I am not seeing any questions from the committee, so I'll ask you to step back. And we'll invite to the table anyone who's here to testify in support of Assembly Bill 572. Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 572.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 572, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 572? Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City and no one in Las Vegas. We'll go again to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 572.
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 572, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. And we will move to neutral. If there anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 572, I invite you to the tables. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 572.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 572, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you, and we'll ask the sponsors. No closing remarks, so with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 572. We'll move on to our next bill, and that will be Assembly Bill 574, which makes appropriations to the Department of Corrections for the purchase and replacement of equipment and furniture at High Desert State Prison.
Chair Monroe Morano and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is James Zarenda, D-Z-U-R-E-N-D-A, Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. In AB 574, Section 1, we are asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the sum of $57,742 for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the purchase of security and safety equipment. Under Section 2, ask for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the sum of $80,981 for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of automotive equipment. Under Section 3, ask for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the sum of $36,345 for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of culinary equipment. Under Section 4, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of security equipment, and the sums are as follows. Fiscal year 25-26 for $62,708. For fiscal year 26-27 for the total of $23,289. Section 5, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of warehouse and culinary equipment, and the sums are as follows. For fiscal year 25-26, $495,706. For fiscal year 26-27 for a total of $1,965. Under Section 6, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of medical equipment with the sums as follows. Fiscal year 25-26 for $20,410, and again for 26-27 for the same fund, sum of $20,410. For Section 7, ask for appropriations from State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of laundry equipment with the following sums. Fiscal year 25-26 for $1,083,520, and for fiscal year 26-27 for $19,992. Under Section 8, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the High Desert State Prison budget account for the replacement of office furniture and visiting room chairs for the following sums. Fiscal year 25-26 for $71,840, for fiscal year 26-27 for $5,200. Under Section 9, asking for appropriations from the State General Fund to the Department of Corrections for the High Desert State Prison budget account for smaller equipment purchases, and the following sums are fiscal year 25-26 for $13,870, and again for 26-27 fiscal year for the total of $13,870. There are no further amendments to this bill, and that's all I have.
Thank you so much. So the last bill we heard had all of the other detention facilities, correction facilities, and this one's just High Desert.
James Renner for the record, that's correct.
Members, any questions? Yes. Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the clarification that it's just for that one. I'm taking a look at Section 5 and was like, it's very, very high in fiscal year 2025, 2026, and then it's very, very low in the following. So I'm just wondering why it was not all in 1 year, or if this has to do with the very specialized equipment, or why it went from $495,000 in fiscal year 2025-26 and then $1,000.
So James Arenda for the record. So the first one's for the equipment. The second year is for the warranty and for the service plan.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. And we'll ask that anyone that's here to testify in support of Assembly Bill 574, if you'll come to the table. And seeing no one at the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 574.
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 574, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide support testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 574. Seeing no one at the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 574.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 574, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide opposition testimony.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 574, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 574.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Assembly Bill 574, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenters. They're shaking their head no. So we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 574. Thank you for being here with us today. And we'll move to the next bill on our agenda. And we'll open the bill hearing on Assembly Bill 571, which makes appropriations to the Department of Education for certain surveys, professional development costs, information technology projects, programs, grants, and studies. Good afternoon and welcome to Ways.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Megan Peterson, Deputy Superintendent for the Department of Education and the Student Investment Division for the record. Today, the one-shot appropriations identified in this bill were part of the governor's recommended budget. And to begin with, we have an appropriation for $2 million over the biennium to administer educator exit and transfer surveys. This also includes analysis of those results as well as a report to the department on the outcomes of the survey. The next appropriation includes $1.3 million each year of the biennium to provide funding for charter schools who are impacted by a correction in allocation for Title IIA funding. This prevents a fiscal cliff as a result of that transition in allocations. The next appropriation is for funding approximately $1 million over the biennium to provide additional licenses for our learning management system, as well as providing micro-credentialing program for teachers and a contractor position to establish and set that up. Next, we have approximately $50,000 each year for a report within our student information system as a result of the implementation of SB 285 and SB 300 last session. This will allow us to report on overall discipline rates as well as the disproportionate discipline data collected through that system. Next, we have an appropriation, $3 million in each year of the biennium to support a multi-tiered systems of support contract with UNR. This provides support to school districts and the department in implementing and training on the MTSS system. The next appropriation, $35,000, provides funding for a study to understand what, if any, changes need to occur within the pupil-centered funding plan as a result of transitioning to a competency-based education system. Currently, our system is based on seat time, and so this would identify again if any changes are needed as a result of those changes. Next, we have funding for several types of seals. So this funding provides for the development of seals on students' diploma when they complete additional instruction. The first seal is for biliteracy, $35,000 to $100 for the biennium. The next is the STEM and STEAM seal, $10,843 for the biennium. And then a civics seal totaling $12,765 for the biennium. The next appropriation, $218,984, is for the update and revision to our school performance system. This would allow us to update and align that with the current landscape of education. The next appropriation, $384,000 for the biennium, would allow the department to provide grants to school districts who need additional support in improving and updating their internal controls to ensure that they have strong fiscal supports in place when managing grants and funds from the state. The next appropriation, $30,000 to provide funding for a contract that would assist with analyzing programs and policies of the department in the past, identifying opportunities for growth and implementation of those policies from the past. The next appropriation, $500,000 for the educator effectiveness budget, provides funding for a contract that would identify and review not only national but international education standards and would support the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education. And that concludes the appropriations that are identified in this bill.
Thank you so much. And we do have a few questions. We will start with Assembly Member Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question about the appropriations in Section 1. I just wanted to confirm that this is not an ongoing expense, so this is a one-time survey of educators over the upcoming biennium. Is that correct?
Megan Peterson, for the record, this is actually an ongoing requirement for us to provide. It was part of the agency requested budget, but as part of balancing activities, it was moved to a one-time appropriation.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a one-time appropriation to me, but thank you for the response and thank you for the question, Chair.
Thank you so much. Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us today. My first question has to do with Section 4. When you state that there's a development of custom reports from the Student Information Management System, what sort of reports are you looking for, and how will that help the department and, more importantly, the students succeed?
Megan Peterson, for the record. I'm going to ask Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent for the Educator Effectiveness Team, to respond to that question.
Christy McGill for the record, thank you. So that particular report will be based around discipline. We had additional requirements around discipline, especially looking at the disparities and coming up with plans to help address those disparities. And what we found that our current system is a little bit too clumsy to really give that real-time support that teachers and administrators need to address the discipline issues in their schools. And so we want to align that with Infinite Campus so that not only can they see if they have discipline disparities, but they can take a look and say like, oh, most of the discipline is occurring in the school lunchroom or this, so they have better data to actually make plans with.
Follow up, if I may, Chair. Thank you. So I was under the impression that currently I see there are some things happening already at the school sites. So this is allowing it for the department, from what I understand. And then I do have a second question for a separate area.
Christy McGill, for the record, yes, the schools do have some of these resources at the school level, but then they're rolling up to the district to make sure that the district has that plan, very similar to helping us implement or helping the districts implement 287. And then again, if those schools are suffering from disproportionate discipline rates or high discipline, then the plan is enacted.
Thank you so much. And then with the Chair's permission, Thank you. My other question has to do with section 5, and that has to do with the implementation of the multi-tier system of support. I'm so sorry, section 6, I had the wrong one. It had to do with the study that the Office of Superintendent would be doing for a study of the effectiveness of the pupil-centered funding plan. Will that study also be presented to this body or to the legislature, or is this only for the superintendent at this time?
Megan Peterson, for the record, the intent is to report those findings to the Commission on School Funding in order for them to make any recommendations to modify the pupil-centered funding plan if needed, but we can provide the report as well if you wish.
Thank you. Assembly Member Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And my questions, Ms. Peterson, have to go back to sections 2 and 3, just because kind of going over, I think the explanation that you set forth was slightly different for those sections. So I just kind of want to touch on that. For example, for section 2, it talks about money that has to be reimbursed to the federal government. We don't owe money to the federal government on that one, right?
Megan Peterson, that's correct. The money would be allocated to charter schools who were unexpectedly negatively impacted by the update to the allocation model.
And then likewise with 3, I believe under the bill, it has it for licenses for learning management system and for creating a micro-credentialing program, whereas the money is intended to expand Canvas. Is that my understanding?
Megan Peterson, for the record. So it includes a proportion of that includes a few additional licenses within that learning management system that would be available to teachers in order to expand their learning under the micro-credentialing platform.
Madam Chair, I just have a third question. Is that okay? So then while it appears that there are no recommendations to adjust the amounts in this bill, is set forth in AB 571, do the descriptions in those sections, section 2 and 3, need to be amended to more accurately reflect what the funds are going to be used for?
Megan Peterson, for the record, I do believe that section 2 would need to be amended, but I believe section 3 does identify that it would be used for additional licenses for the learning management system and the micro-credential platform.
Assembly Member Torres Fatsa.
Thank you, Chair. And then for section 3, kind of following up on my colleague's question, is that the micro-credentialing through RPDP, or is that separate?
Megan Peterson, for the record, that would be separate from, these are individual certifications that teachers are able to get in order to focus certain areas of their professional development in a more specific area, meeting their individual needs compared to the overarching training that's given by the RPDP.
Thank you. And then where is that credentialing currently lying within the department?
Christy McGill, for the record. So the micro-credentialing really plays off of the implementation. So for example, in social emotional learning, not only can they take the PD like from RPDP or another place, this is a chance for teachers to actually apply that, and maybe they themselves are creating a project or something of that sort, so they get credit or the PD credit via a micro-credentialing pathway other than just a typical training pathway.
Thank you. And then just to better understand, it's kind of like the Mindful Seed programming that it was available through NDE over the last couple of years?
Correct. That is one example.
Thank you.
And quick question, on section 3, does it also expand the Canvas licenses from 400,000 to 450,000?
Megan Peterson, for the record, that's correct.
So maybe just a cleanup of the language in that so we know exactly what section 3 is doing would be good. Assemblymember Backus, did you have another question? Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And this was kind of out of curiosity, more so looking at section 7, 8, and 9. There are 3 different values for the creation of licensing and the distribution. Is the differences in the cost for these sales based on the number of people who would be receiving, like on the distribution side? Because I know like one is 35,000 and then each of the other 2 are a portion of that sum.
Megan Peterson, for the record, the cost is more associated with the cost of the curriculum specific to those areas, and so the availability of that information and the scope of that and the reach on those students. So partially, yes.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, we have a lot of questions on this one. There's a lot of different sections. My question is in regard to section 5 for the MTSS funding for safe and respectful learning budget account. Will those be new schools that these funds are allocated to, or would they be for continuing existing programs in schools that already have been like receiving these supports?
Christy McGill for the record. So with MTSS, it's about a 3 to 5 year implementation. So that these funds will continue with the support as well as bring on new districts and schools.
Thank you all for the questions. Are there any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. I'll ask you just to take a step back, and we'll invite anyone to the table that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 571. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line. Do we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 571?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 571, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone here that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 571. And not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go back to the phone line. Do we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 571?
Testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 571, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. Is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 571? Not seeing anyone approach the tables in Las Vegas or in Carson City, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 571.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 571, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenters if they have any closing comments. Shaking her head no, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 571. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 573, which makes appropriations to the Department of Education to carry out the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching Grant Program.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record from the Nevada Department of Education. AB 573 makes an appropriation of $13,583,954 for the biennium. This will provide funding for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching program, which provides funding in the form of tuition assistance and stipends to pre-service educators who are completing their college coursework to become teachers in the state. This funding was previously provided through ESSER funds, and based on the success of the program, we are requesting funding to continue it for this upcoming biennium. And this concludes my testimony for this bill.
Thank you so much. In the closing of the full money committees, the wage assessment revenues of the $2.4 million in each year of the biennium were approved to fund the Incentivizing Pathways program. So to be in accordance with what the committee's closing was, I believe we would need to amend this bill to decrease the appropriation by 4.9 million, just to be consistent with the money committee's closing actions. Are you in agreement with that?
Megan Peterson, for the record, yes, we would be.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. We'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 573.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Alejandro Rodriguez, Nevada System of Higher Education, and she's in support of this legislation. It's a critical tool in our shared efforts to strengthen the educator pipeline here in Nevada, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Kanani Espinoza with the Rowe Law Group here today on behalf of UNLV and Nevada State University. We are both in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Austin Daly on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno. For the record, we are also in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is supportive of this policy and supportive from the fiscal perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to the phone line. Do we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 573?
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 573, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers for support testimony.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 573? And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone lines to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 573.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 573, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, we have no callers choosing to provide opposition testimony.
Thank you so much, and we'll go to neutral. If there's anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly 573, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone approach the table in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line for one last opportunity.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Assembly Bill 573, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. Any closing comments? Seeing none, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 573. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 579, which makes an appropriation to the Department of Education for the replacement of the Information Technology System for Educator Licensure. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Megan Peterson, for the record, Department of Education. AB 579 makes an appropriation in the amount of $1,472,641 to provide the initial implementation costs for the new teacher licensing system. This will allow us to streamline activities and ensure that we are not manually processing teacher licenses, and is intended to be spent over the biennium. This concludes my presentation.
And I just have a quick question, just to confirm that this was not originally included in the executive budget, correct?
Megan Peterson, for the record, yes, that is correct.
And this would be just a one-time appropriation. There would not be ongoing expenditures, or do you know that as of yet?
Megan Peterson, for the record, this is a one-time expenditure cost. The account is generally fee-funded. This just exceeded the initial costs.
Perfect. Members, any questions on 579? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. I'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 579.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is supportive of this policy and supportive from the fiscal perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go to our phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 579.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 579, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in support.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 579? Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll go back to our phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 579.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 579, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers in opposition.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 579, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line one last time to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 579.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 579, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. Any closing comments? All right, then we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 579. Thank you for joining us today. And we'll move on to the next bill on our agenda. And open the hearing for Assembly Bill 575, which makes appropriations to the Department of Public Safety for the replacement of computer hardware and associated software, vehicles and furniture, and for the information technology projects and a recruiting campaign. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Christy Defer. I am the Senior Fiscal Officer for the Department of Public Safety. With me is Jennifer Ramos, Administrative Services Officer for the Department of Public Safety Director's Office. We are here to present Assembly Bill 575, which makes appropriations to the Department of Public Safety for the replacement of computer hardware and associated software, vehicles, furniture, information technology projects, and a recruitment campaign. The one-shot appropriation totals $19,011,896, which includes $18,950,961 from the State General Fund and $60,935 from the State Highway Fund. And this is a large bill with several sections that impacts multiple divisions, so I will just briefly summarize each section. Section 1 requests the replacement of computer hardware and associated software for the Investigation Division from the State Highway Fund in accordance with OCIO recommended replacement cycles. Section 2 and 3 request the replacement of aging desk chairs for the Investigation Division from the State General and Highway Funds. Section 4 requests the cost of consulting fees and change management services for the Nevada Criminal Justice Information System for the Records, Communication, and Compliance Division from the State General Fund. Section 5 requests the continuation of the modernization program for the Nevada Criminal Justice Information System for the Central Repository for Nevada Records of Criminal History within the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division from the State General Fund. Section 6 requests the continuation of a Department of Public Safety recruitment campaign from the State General Fund. Section 8 requests the costs of developing a new records management system for the Division of Parole and Probation from the State General Fund. Section 9 requests the replacement of equipment and the renewal of software subscriptions for the Division of Parole and Probation from the State General Fund in accordance with OCIO recommended replacement cycles. Section 10 and Section 11 request the replacement of vehicles for the Investigation Division from the State General and Highway Funds in accordance with the State Administrative Manual recommended replacement policy. Section 12 requests the replacement of computer hardware and associated software for the Investigation Division from the State General Fund in accordance with OCIO recommended replacement policy. Section 13 requests the costs of including the statewide registry of sex offenders and offenders convicted of a crime against a child in the modernization program for the Nevada Criminal Justice Information System for the Records, Communication, and Compliance Division from the State General Fund. And finally, Section 14 requests the costs of computer programming and related services for the modernization program for the Nevada Criminal Justice Information System for the Records, Communication, and Compliance Division from the State General Fund. And we have representatives from each of these divisions available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know that we do have a few questions. Okay, I'm going to start a list. I'm going to ask the first question, then I'm going to go to Assemblymember Watts and Assemblymember O'Neill. In Section 5, the $2,022,000 plus, that appropriation, I don't believe that was originally included in the executive budget. Is that correct?
Christy Defer again for the record. That is correct.
And that funding would be utilized to on currently approved projects for ongoing support for those projects?
Christy Defer again for the record. That is correct. Yes, that would be continuation of the INCGIS modernization project.
Thank you. We'll go to Assemblymember Watt.
Thank you, Chair. I think following up on the Chair's question, obviously there are expenses related to the INCGIS modernization that are within the budget. So can you explain why certain expenses are pulled out of the budget and included in this bill as one-shots in Section 4, Section 5, Section 13, and Section 14?
We have representatives from the division coming up right now.
Erica Suzuyamas for the record. I'm sorry, Assemblymember Watts. Would you mind repeating that question?
Of course, thank you. So I know that certain INCGIS modernization costs are incorporated into the budget. These are broken out as in this one-shot appropriation. I'm kind of struggling to understand why some are included in the budget and why some are included in a one-shot. So if you could give any clarity, and right now I'm specifically talking about the elements related to the INCGIS system and the modernization, which it looks like are generally Section 4, Section 5, Section 13, and Section 14.
Jason Colnut for the record, Kolenut, Administrative Services Officer for the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division. To you through the chair.
You can go directly to the member.
Thank you. I can speak. Section 5 was not anticipated during our budget build. It is extending contracts through our legacy system with companies that back when the budget was built, it was not anticipated. We have had some delays and pushbacks in our go live, which are causing us to have those contracts extended. Section 13 is, as we call it, phase 2, right? We are moving on from what we've completed so far with our civil name check, our Brady, and our civil fingerprint to the next part of INCGIS modernization. And Section 14 is additional costs because of those delays and reworks.
Thank you. And what about Section 4 for the consulting fees and change management services?
Jason Collett for the record again. That was done after the budget was built. I know It was done at the GFO level. It wasn't something that we had put into our budget. They moved some money out of our base into a one-shot.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the honesty. It's frustrating for me, in particular as the chair of the subcommittee that worked on closing these budgets, to try and understand everything when, and I understand part of it, I think you have laid out, is timing issues, things that came up after the budget was submitted. But it's just tough to track when we've got budgets, we've got budget amendments, and we've got a one-shot, and we're trying to understand how all those different budgetary pieces kind of fit in, for this item. So the other question I had was in section 9, it mentions the cost of software subscriptions, and to me that sounds like an ongoing expense, not a one-time expense. So if anybody could speak to that, that would be helpful.
Andy McCool for the record, Administrative Services Officer for the Division of Parole and Probation. The software subscriptions are an ongoing expense.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure who we're going to have answer this, but I just want to say your Assembly Ways and Means studies every penny during the tough times. So with that said, Section 11, what are we getting in the second year for $558? I figure that's not even much more than a tire for a vehicle.
Good afternoon. Mike Edgell for the record, Mike-Edgell. I'm the chief of the investigation division for the Department of Public Safety. That $558 is the cost of the uplift for one emergency vehicle, for the highway funded vehicle.
An uplift?
That's the cost that it is to the division to remove and reinstall the lighting and the radio equipments into those vehicles.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So my question, on section 13, there are 7 positions and associated operating costs. And if my notes are correct, in the subcommittee closing, those 7 positions, all 7 of them, were being transferred to the director's office. So with those 7 positions being transferred to the director's office, and I don't believe the subcommittee had approved the funding of those positions in your budget that are included in section 13. I don't know if the question is for the subcommittee chair and you to answer that question, but why are you asking for them if those positions are being transferred? I guess both. You first, and then we'll get his opinion.
Okay. Erica Suziyamas for the record. You are correct. It was not included in our budget request. It was removed out from under our budget and put under the director's office budget. I'm not sure that there was knowledge of the subcommittee that we were going to be continuing this project with the phase 2, which is one of these I think it's section 13, yeah, phase 2 is the ongoing enhancements. We also need to finish phase 1 of the program, which we're doing now, and we will require those positions to minimally finish phase 1.
Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. My recollection is obviously, I think, as I alluded to in my previous comments, there's a lot of moving pieces. There was some awareness of the one-shot proposal. There was also just a lot of concern between the expenses to continue and complete the first phase of the modernization, to move on to additional phases, what would be included to maintain NCGIS on an ongoing basis. And then there were proposals to transfer positions in the budget, but then it was my recollection that there were also new positions being added through this one shot. And so there was definitely concern in the subcommittee about the cumulative impact of all of those different pieces. So that was certainly my recollection is that there was concern about the cumulative number of positions and total expenses that would be going into the NCGIS modernization project between what we saw in the recommended budget side as well as what we had heard was being proposed in this one-shot appropriation.
Well, I think before we could work session this bill, we'll have to look at it. Section 5 was not included at all in the executive budget, and that's an additional $2 million this body would have to figure out where it was going to come up with that money. So that was not included in the budget, and it's not on our sheets. And the enhancement of those positions and the change of where they were located in section 13 of this bill goes against what the closing actions were of the subcommittee, and that was brought to the full committee. So we would have to have further discussion on that at the work session as this bill processes, and we'll have to decide at that time if to approve both section 5 and 13 or not approve those sections at the work session. So, if you have a comment, you're free to. Go ahead.
Thank you. Erica Suziyamas for the record. I did want to speak about section 5, which are the unanticipated enhancements that we need for phase 1 of the modernization. Those are critical for us to finish phase 1. Those fund critical enhancements. We cannot go live with phase 1 without funding to support those identified issues. These are delays attributed to external criminal justice partners not being ready to transition to the modernized solution, as well as the internal computerized criminal history system by the division staff to maintain statewide records of criminal history. These delays were necessary for the success of the programs to ensure no loss of critical data and functionality to the division and its external users. Included in this critical support for our legacy message switch and applications known as J-Link, to keep it running while DPS works to transition all of the interfaces off and wind those services down. Extending these contracts into fiscal year 26 would be crucial to ensure the critical criminal justice information sharing remains intact and is not broken during this transition.
And can I ask, when did you discover that these additional funds would be needed? Because I know there's been a number of conversations in the subcommittee hearings.
Erica Suziyamas for the record. I believe it was around October or November is when this came to our attention.
It came to your attention in October, November. That was before session started, and we've had subcommittee meetings since February. was that information shared in the subcommittee meetings?
Erica Suzy-Yamas for the record. We had submitted it as part of a budget amendment, and it did not move forward from the GFO from there.
Thank you for that. All right, well, as I said, I will get together with the subcommittee chair. It sounds as though you definitely need the funds in Section 5. It's finding those funds since it did not come out through the subcommittee and wasn't included in the governor's budget. And we did not include it in the sheets as we closed out the budget in the subcommittee meetings. So that's a discussion that we will have to look at. And we'll also have to look at reconsidering Section 13. So I guess we'll have a larger discussion about that together offline and then at the work session. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you all for answering the questions. I appreciate it. And we'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 575. Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. We will go to our phone line. Do we have anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 575?
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 575, press star 9 now to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide testimony.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 575?
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 575, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide opposition testimony.
Thank you so much, and we'll move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 575. Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line one last time.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Assembly Bill 575, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide neutral testimony.
Thank you so much, and we will ask the presenters if they have any closing comments. Thank you.
Christy Defer again for the record. I just wanted to address a couple of questions that were brought up. One was from Assemblymember Watts regarding the ongoing software subscriptions for Division of Parole and Probation. So historically, they have the software, and I believe it's probably specifically Adobe software, was a one-time expenditure. You would buy it, and then you would own it, and then you would utilize it until it became end of life. The software has now gone to this subscription-based type software where there's an annual cost to it. So, historically, we've always put it in one shot, and I think that's why it ended up there. But we would, be more than willing to work with the committee on what that might look like moving forward. But that's the history behind that request. And then also to address Assemblymember O'Neill's question regarding the $558. I believe that was a schedule-driven adjustment that occurred in between when we submitted. So it's part of the total cost of the upfitting for those vehicles, but it was a difference, a discrepancy in between when we submitted the budget and then when you laid eyes on it. So just to clarify. And we look forward to working with the committee regarding the additional INCEGIS modernization costs and how we can move forward with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, members, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 575. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 576, which makes appropriations to the Nevada Highway Patrol Division of the Department of Public Safety for the purchase and replacement of motorcycles, vehicles, and equipment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is James Simpson, SAMPSON. I'm a major with the Department of Public Safety Highway Patrol assigned to headquarters. Joining me today is ASO2 Denny Gortari, GORTARI, ASO3 Jennifer Ramos, RAMOS, and in Las Vegas, being patient, sitting there by himself, is Captain Nathan Peterson. We're here to present Assembly Bill 576, which makes one-shot appropriations to the Nevada Highway Patrol Division of the Department of Public Safety for the purchase and replacement of motorcycles, vehicles, and equipment. The one-shot appropriation totals $18,865,045 and funds the following items. Section 1, the replacement of fleet motorcycles and associated special equipment. This enhancement of $185,819 funds the replacement of 5 police motorcycles which have exceeded their mileage threshold. Section 2, the replacement of portable radios and associated equipment. This enhancement of $1,040,928 funds the replacement of 518 portable radios and associated radar certification equipment that have exceeded their useful life. Section 3, the replacement of vehicle hoists, a forklift, and trailers. This enhancement of $96,697 funds the replacement of 2 vehicle hoists and an obsolete forklift in NHP Reno Command Fleet Garage. This request also replaces 2 Southern Command trailers that have exceeded their useful life. Section 4 is the replacement of drones and scales for commercial motor vehicles. This enhancement of $797,415 funds the replacement of current drones for compliance with SB 11 from the 82nd legislative session. It also requests a replacement of current scales needed to enforce overweight commercial vehicle enforcement as required by NRS and Title 23 of the Code of Federal Regulations, or the CFRs. Section 5 is the purchase of first aid kits. This enhancement of $77,540 funds the individual first aid kits, or IFACs, for issuance to all Nevada Highway Patrol sworn staff. Section 6 is the purchase of electronic flares. This enhancement of $467,500 funds the purchase of LED sequential flares to replace the ongoing purchase of traditional consumable flares. Section 7 is the purchase of equipment associated with ammunition. This enhancement of $421,349 funds the purchase of red dot optics and associated ammunition for all pistols for a red dot transition course to address challenges in accuracy, response time, and increased risk during incidents. That'd be for 498 red dots. Section 8 is the purchase of storage containers. This enhancement of $63,100 funds the purchase of 3 20-foot containers, 1 for each of the Nevada Highway Patrol's regional commands in Elko, Las Vegas, and in Reno. This would be for storage of toxic evidence such as marijuana laced with hazardous substances. We're going to skip to Section 10 because Section 9 just states the time we have to use this by. Section 10 is the replacement of fleet vehicles and associated special equipment. This enhancement of $1,417,838 funds the replacement of 106 police intercept utility vehicles, 16 patrol pickup trucks, and 4 ACVs which exceeded their mileage threshold. This would be broken up in fiscal year 25-26 to $6,243,192, and in 26-27 to $5,174,646. Section 11 is the replacement of mobile data, computers, and associated equipment. This enhancement of $1,696,208 funds the replacement of mobile data computers, or MDCs, per a 3-year manufacturer suggested replacement schedule and associated citation printers that have exceeded their useful life. This too is broken up over the 2 years. For 25-26, it's $1.2 million for 310. In 26-27, it's about $400,000 for 100 of them. And for the final one is Section 12, the replacement of portable event recording devices, also known as body-worn cameras. This enhancement of $2,606,000 $2,600,651 funds the replacement of all body-worn cameras for the division in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations and per NRS 289-830. That too is also broken up over the 2-year period. Fiscal year 25-26 is $891,831, and 26-27 is $1,708,820, and that's on their life cycle. We want to thank you, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the walkthrough of the bill. Also in Section 9, any unspent highway funds appropriated in Sections 1 through 8 would require to revert at the end of FY '27. And then Sections 10 to 12, those highway funds would revert at the end of the respective biennium
Yes.
for 26-27, correct?
Correct.
And then these one-time appropriations were as recommended by the governor and the governor's budget, correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Well, you answered mine too, to make sure I had my information correctly. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
And I'll invite to the table anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 576. Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and no one approaching the table in Las Vegas. We'll go to our phone line and see if there's anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 576.
Testify in support of Assembly Bill 576, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers to testify in support.
Thank you so much. Then we'll move to opposition. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 576? Not seeing anyone at the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we'll once again go to the phone line and see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 576.
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 576, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers to testify in opposition.
Thank you so much. So moving to neutral, is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 576? And not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, we'll go one last time to our phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 576.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 576, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, we have no callers to testify in neutral.
Thank you so much. And we'll ask the presenters, and he's shaking his head no. So with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 576, and thank you all for joining us here today. We'll move to the next bill on our agenda, and we will open the hearing for Senate Bill 453. Senate Bill 453 makes an appropriation to restore the balance in the reserve for statutory contingency account. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office, and here to present Senate Bill 453. Senate Bill 453 appropriates the State General Fund to restore the balance in the reserve for statutory contingency account in the sum of $9,835,522. That concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
And this appropriation is reflective in the executive budget and associated with the restoration of this account balance, correct?
Tiffany Greenemeyer for the record. Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. And we will move to testimony and testimony in support. If anyone is here to testify in support of Senate Bill 453, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City and losing the one person we had in Las Vegas, not seeing anyone down there, we'll go to our phone line and see if we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 453.
To provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 453, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide support testimony.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. If there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 453, I invite you to the table. And not seeing anyone approach and no one in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 453.
If you would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 453, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much, and we will move to neutral. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 453, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City, no one in Las Vegas, we will go to our phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to testify in the neutral position on Senate Bill 453.
If you would like to testify in neutral for Senate Bill 453, please press star 9 to join the queue. Chair, it appears we have no callers for neutral.
Thank you so much. Any closing comments? I'm going to assume that there's no closing comments, and we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 453. And with that, we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 583, which establishes the 2025-27 biennium, the subsidies to be paid to the Public Employees Benefits Program for insurance for certain active and retired public officers and employees. Good afternoon. You've had a busy day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Alex Hartz, Fiscal Analysis Division. I am presenting AB 583, which we typically refer to as the PEB rates bill, but as the chair said, this sets the state's contribution for the upcoming biennium in each year for employees and retirees who participate in the Public Employee Benefits Program. Section 1 on page 2 of the bill provides that the state's contribution in fiscal year 26 is $991 per month in 26, and in fiscal year 27, $943 a month. In section 2, which deals with retirees, for subsection 1 is for retirees who are not yet Medicare eligible or don't participate, otherwise aren't covered under Medicare. In fiscal year 26, the state's contribution is $650 per month, and in 27, it's $700 per month. Subsection 2 pertains to retirees who participate in Medicare and also participate in PEB through the Medicare exchange. There's each in subsection 2A and 2B, both of those amounts are based upon $13 per year of service credit. In subsection A, 2A, it is $195 a month, which is $13 a month per year for 15 years of service. And then in 2B, it is $13 a month for up to 20 years of service for $260 per month of contribution. Section 3 provides language that allows the committee to vote on actions prior to responses to fiscal notes are being received, and then Section 4 indicates that this bill becomes effective on July 1, 2025. This is a budget implementation bill, and it includes all the decisions that you made when you closed the budgets for the Public Employees Benefits Program.
Thank you so much. And members, as a budget implementation bill, the funding will be included in the budget. Any questions for staff? It was a nice quick walkthrough. They're either really tired or you did a really good job. Or a little of both. All right. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. With that, we'll move to testimony. If you're here to testify in support of Assembly Bill 583, I invite you to the table.
Kent Irvin, KNT, ERVIN for the Nevada Faculty Alliance, the independent voice of professional employees at our public colleges and universities. The Nevada Faculty Alliance supports AB 583, which funds the budgets for the Public Employees Benefits Program. We are grateful that the current PEB plan design and benefits are largely being maintained for plan years 2026 and 2027. We fully recognize that maintaining the benefits has required substantial increases to the state contributions per active employee and per non-Medicare retiree, partly to replenish mandatory reserves that have been depleted due to past claims in excess of funding. That's a big lift, and we appreciate it. However, we must also note that state employee health benefits and employee premiums have not been fully restored to pre-pandemic levels, much less to the benefits prior to the Great Recession. The retirees who were shifted to the private Medicare exchange in 2011 are especially at a disadvantage. The state contribution of $13 per month per year of service to their health reimbursement arrangements has not increased since 2019 and is not keeping up with increased costs for Medicare Parts B and D, Medicare supplemental plans, and PEB dental coverage, as shown in the chart on our written submission. We hope PEB Medicare HRAs could still be augmented in Section 2, subsection 2B of this bill. The study and reporting requirements in Assembly Bill 188 would help clarify costs for future biennia. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table in support, not seeing anyone in Las Vegas, we will go to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 583.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 583, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Doug Unger, DOUG, UNGER, Nevada Faculty Alliance, and member of the UNLV Employee Benefits Advisory Committee. We also support AB 583 and wish to reiterate that our retiree contributions have not increased since 2019, and we're hoping for our retirees that there might be some additional assistance either now or considered for the future. As well, thank you for maintaining PEP benefits at the current rates by increasing the employer contribution. We very much appreciate that. We appreciate the work of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus, and committee. My name for the record is Terry Laird. I'm the Executive Director at RPEN, the Retired Public Employees of Nevada, and we have nearly 7,000 members statewide in 17 chapters. We too are here in support of AB 583. However, we are very disappointed that the retirees in PEB's Medicare exchange will once again not receive an increase in their health reimbursement arrangement, HRA. As you heard, for several years, our Public Employee Coalition has lobbied in favor of a small $2 increase in the HRA, bringing it to $15 per month per years of service instead of the $13 per month per years of service, as recommended in AB 583. We know everyone is impacted by inflation, but seniors living on fixed incomes are severely impacted as their health care expenses go up while the HRA does not. In addition, RPEN is also concerned about pending bills dealing with the proposed Nevada Health Authority from the governor and how they might further impact PEB and its participants, actives, and retirees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers for support testimony.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 583, I invite you to the table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Tess Opferman here on behalf of the AFSCME retirees. We echo our partners that we work with when it comes to our PEB benefits. We do appreciate the increase, but I must be in opposition today because of Section 2, subsection 2B, which talks about the health reimbursement arrangement calculation, which has not increased since 2019. So I just want to tell you the numbers. I know you pass these every session. The allocated amount for PEB retirees has increased year after year. In 2021, it was $471, 2022, $498, 23, $515. These years, 2025, it'll be $650, 2026, $700. The budget and this body recognizes that healthcare costs have increased, and substantially at that. Between 2021 and 2026, the allocated amount increased $229, 33% increase. How much has this amount increased for Medicare retirees? $0, 0%. Since 2019, they have continued to receive the same calculation of $13 per month per year worked for a maximum of $260 per month. Just because PEB doesn't cover the cost of Medicare retirees does not mean their costs have not increased. Prescription drugs have increased, Medicare supplement plans have increased, dental plans have increased. While non-Medicare retirees get these increases covered by PEB, Medicare retirees must cover these increases out of pocket. It's simply unfair. We have expressed this concern to the PEB board, to the executive officer of PEB, and to this body, and we implore you to understand. Our retirees served the state for their entire career, some of them 30 or more years, with the promise that their health care costs would be covered. Now their costs are not even close to being covered. We stand with our partners and support the overall increase, but we must remain in opposition because Medicare retirees deserve a portion of this increase. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else here in Carson City to testify in opposition, and no one in Las Vegas, will go to the phone line to see if we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 583.
Chair, we have no callers to testify in opposition.
Thank you so much. We'll move to neutral. Do we have anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 583? Not seeing anyone approach the table and seeing no one in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line and see if we have anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 583.
Chair, we still have no callers for neutral testimony.
With that, we'll ask the bill presenter if there's any closing comments. Not seeing any closing comments, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 583. And we're going to take a quick 1-minute recess because we have some BDR walkthroughs. 1 moment.
We were going too fast on those bills. And
The internet is down for a second. Once it comes back up, we will reconvene.
Three bill, 3 DRs, right? Okay.
We're going to bring the meeting back to order. Members, we're at that time of session where we're getting our budget bills. And today, we are going to have a budget walkthrough from our fiscal staff through the Appropriations Act, the CIP bill, the Education bill, and we will start with the Appropriations Act for that BDR and invite staff to the table. The authorizations, thank you, the authorizations. That's why everyone was looking at me like I was crazy. You could have just said it, it's okay.
So skinny.
Good afternoon, and we're ready whenever you are.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I was pessimistic this morning and wrote down good evening, so I'm happy to say good afternoon. And either way, we'll present the 2025 Authorizations Act. Good afternoon. I am John Kucera with LCB Fiscal. I am flanked by Morgan Barlow and Todd Weber, who are instrumental in the drafting of the 2025 Authorizations Act. I believe all the committee members will have a copy of the bill in front of you. This is BDR S 1231. This will become the 2025 Authorization Act, which implements budget decisions made by the money committees for non-general fund and non-highway fund sources, as well as back language to implement money committee decisions related to authorized funding for 404 budget accounts. There are two notable exceptions to this, one for the Gaming Control Board, which pursuant to statute receives general fund authorizations, and another for the Department of Transportation, which is authorized to expend highway funds. In total, the 2026 Authorization Act includes funding of $17.196 billion in fiscal year 26 and $16.645 billion in fiscal year 2027. The following is a brief overview of the sections of the bill draft, and I don't think there's a more exciting way to do this other than run through the bill from start to finish. Madam Chair, would you like me to pause between sections or just rip the Band-Aid off and run through?
Let's rip the Band-Aid, and then we'll go to questions.
That sounds great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Beginning on section 1, this is page 1 through, I believe, about page 24 of the bill draft. This includes total funding of $17.151 billion in fiscal year 26 and $16.6 billion in fiscal year 27. Included in section 1 is the Department of Transportation Administration budget account, which includes highway fund authorizations of $353.4 million and $364.0 million in fiscal years 26 and 27, respectively. Notably, this will include adjustments to budget account names and structures approved by the money committees, notably including the Nevada Health Authority. Moving to section 2 of the bill, this is carryover language. I'll do my best to give you page numbers too. This is on page 24 of your draft copy. Section 2 is carryover language, which outlines authorized tobacco settlement funding to support the Attorney General's Special Litigation and Investigation Unit budget accounts, along with associated disbursement and reversion requirements. This language is carryover, but it includes the new Investigations Unit budget account. Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate it. Sections 3 and 4 are also carryover language, and these include general fund authorizations to support the Gaming Control Board, which includes $44.3 million in fiscal year 26 and $43.9 million in fiscal year 27, and the Nevada Gaming Commission, which includes $663,726 in fiscal year 26 and $647,638 in fiscal year 27. Section 5 begins on page 27. Includes notes that all authorizations, excluding the legislative and judicial branches, as well as the TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and the Public Employees Retirement System, are subject to the provisions of the State Budget Act in NRS Chapter 353. Continuing, still on page 27, is section 6, is also carryover language, which allows for the Governor's Finance Office to submit work program revision requests to the IFC, the Interim Finance Committee, to augment authorized amounts, and also requires authorizations to be reduced if the total anticipated to be received is less than included in this act. Similarly, the latter part of section 6 allows for the same authority for the Legislative Commission related to the legislative fund. Moving to section 7, this is beginning on page 28 of your draft, is continuing language which requires, notwithstanding a number of exemptions, that an agency which receives both authorized and appropriated funding to revert appropriated funding to the extent authorized funding received is greater than budgeted. There are a number of listed exemptions, and we'll touch on these as we run a little bit further through the bill. The first up is Section 8, which is also carryover language, which authorizes the receipt of resident fees and non-resident tuition for the Nevada system of higher education institutions. Quick note on page 30 that subsections 2 and 3 are continuing language. However, subsection 4 is new, and it notes when considered cumulatively, total authorizations that do not exceed the amount included in this act will not be used to reduce the total amount of general fund appropriations made to NSHE at the standard fiscal year end closing process. Section 9, also on page 31, specifies the allocation of county assessments for the services of the public defender. Subsections 2 and 3 are also carryover language, which notes adjustments may be made for any cost of living adjustments, as well as an exemption for Section 7 noted in Section 9, subsection 3. Moving to Section 10, still on page 31, is also carryover language that notes the tax on motor vehicle fuel used in watercrafts for recreational purposes pursuant to NRS Chapter 365 shall be allocated equally between wildlife and state parks. Notes that wildlife regulates boating and fishing, while state parks have water recreation opportunities. Section 11 is also carryover language on page 32 of your draft, which allows money authorized for the Division of Forestry, forestry conservation camps, and forest fire suppression budgets for the costs of repair and maintenance of firefighting and emergency response vehicles to be expended for that purpose. Similarly, Section 12 is also carryover language, which allows money authorized to the Division of Forestry, forest fire suppression budgets for support of the Incident Business Unit, also to be expended for that purpose. And I'll note Sections 11 and 12 also include Section 7 exemptions. Section 13 similarly authorizes special reserves in the forest fire suppression budget for the support of the Incident Business Unit and up to $425,000 for the repair and maintenance of firefighting and emergency vehicles, which also includes an exemption to Section 7. Section 14 is carryover language for WICHE, or the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education Loan and Stipend Budget, and it allows that agency to balance forward to the subsequent fiscal year expenditures for the health profession education program slots, any unobligated loan stipend and interest repayment revenues which were received after May 15th. Section 15 is also carryover language which authorizes the Office of the Military to carry forward unexpended balances in the Emergency Operations Center account. Section 16, now on page 33, authorizes the Division of Child and Family Services, Clark County and Washoe County child welfare budgets to utilize any additional monies received to augment child welfare services with the approval of the Interim Finance Committee. This also includes a noted Section 7 exemption. Section 17 is also carryover language and authorizes the Nevada System of Higher Education, or NSHE, to carry forward any unexpended money authorized for expenditure in Section 8, noted previously, which includes registration fees and non-resident tuition, to the next fiscal year, and includes a Section 7 exemption. Section 18 on page 33 of your bill draft is carryover language, and this waives IFC approval requirement for work program revision requests associated with the bond repayment costs of the bonds from the state treasurer's municipal bond bank revenue or municipal bond bank debt services budget accounts. Section 19, moving on to page 34, requires revenue from the sale of any retired vehicle that was purchased with state general funds to be deposited in the state general fund. Section 20, still on the same page, requires the Public Employees Benefit Program to comply with the work program provision requirements of NRS Chapter 353, the State Budget Act, when projecting funding available in excess of projected expenditures. It also requires the program to request approval of the Interim Finance Committee upon the recommendation of the governor to expend or otherwise obligate any reserves. Section 21 is updated language which authorizes the Board of Directors of the Nevada State Infrastructure Bank to use money in the associated fund during either fiscal year of the 25-27 biennium from payments of interest or other assistance provided to a borrower, as well as interest earned on money in the fund or associated fees. Section 22, moving to page 35, is carryover language, and it requires Nevada Medicaid and the Nevada Checkup Program of the Nevada Health Authority to utilize authorized funds to continue the current service delivery model for prescription drugs. We'll note that similar language is also present in the Appropriations Act you'll hear later this afternoon or evening. Section 22 is, I'm sorry, we got there. We'll skip on to 23, is carryover language that authorizes the Division of Child and Family Services to accept additional money to support the Victims of Crime budget. This is a noted Section 7 exemption as well. Moving to Section 24 at the bottom of page 35 of your bill draft is permissive language that authorizes the Commission on Ethics to expend authorized funding for the replacement of its case management system in either year of the 25-27 biennium. Similar language is also present in the Appropriations Act. And getting to the last page, page 36, is Section 25, which is permissive language which authorizes the, Section 25 is standard language, which is carryover, which allows for budgets to be reorganized or for name changes that may be approved in legislation following this act. Section 26 is new to the Authorization Act, which is enabling language allowing a committee vote on this act prior to the expiration of the deadline to receive a fiscal note. And finally, Section 27, all subsequent sections become effective beginning fiscal year 26 on July 1, 2025. And Madam Chair, that concludes the brief presentation. Happy to address any questions.
Thank you so much, members. That was a quick walkthrough, and I just got to say to all the staff that are in here, it's amazing to me how you guys take all the work that we do from all the subcommittee hearings and those early mornings and late nights and put it so nicely in a small little package like this. If we haven't said it before, and I hope that we have, we appreciate you more than you know. We truly appreciate you. Thank you for the work that you do for us and for the state. Members, any questions on the Authorizations Act walkthrough? Assembly Member Brown May.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kucera, for that great walkthrough. I just want to be clear. On Section 25, any officer or agency that's been changed, I just want to make sure that as we are considering potential changes with regard to the Nevada Health Authority, that all of that potential transition would be included in this paragraph, and all of those changes would be effectuated should both of those bills pass.
Thank you, Assemblymember. John Kucera, LCB Fiscal, for the record. As both the authorizations and the appropriations acts are written, they are written with that structure currently in mind. So you'll notice in pages 1 to 24, in Section 1, the Nevada Health Authority, including all of the associated budgets that are currently in the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy, including PEB, SHICS, as well as associated budget accounts in the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, as well as select budgets from the Director's Office, are organized under the Nevada Health Authority. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. It begins on page 14 of this bill.
Members, any other questions? So this is just for information purposes only. This Authorization Act will be introduced in the Senate and Senate Finance, and then we will get to see it again later. But this was just information purposes only, so we can get a preview of things to come. All right? Not seeing any other questions. Thank you all so much. All right, our next sneak peek and walkthrough will be of the CIP bill. At BDR, I went a little out of order, sorry. We'll invite staff to the table. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Julie Waller with the Fiscal Analysis Division, and I'll provide you with the walkthrough through of the BDR for the 2025 Capital Improvement Program. I would note that a number of projects have multiple funding sources, and as such will be listed in multiple sections of the bill. Section 1, found on page 1, appropriates $99.5 million from the general fund to support 27 projects. in the 2025 CIP for various agencies identified under this section. Section 2, and that is all the way on page 4, limits the authority to expend these appropriations through June 30th of 2029 and establishes a reversion of any remaining funds for the projects identified in Section 1. CIP projects typically have a 4-year period in which funds are appropriated and/or authorized, and therefore this section provides for that time period. Similar language is included in Sections 4, 7, and 9 to address the reversions of various sources of funds to support the 2025 CIP. Section 3 is on page 5. This appropriates $9.9 million from highway funds to support 7 projects in the 2025 CIP identified under this section. Section 5 restricts the transfer of funds from the highway fund for projects identified in this section in Section 3 until contract payments are required. Section 6 authorizes $799.3 million in new general obligation bonds for projects which are identified under this section. This section also reallocates $1.7 million of bond proceeds from previously issued bonds under prior CIP legislation from 2019 for projects identified under this section. This will allow for bond proceeds already issued to be spent before the proceeds of new bonds issued pursuant to this section. I would point out that on page 7 there are some notable CIP projects to be financed through general obligation bonds, and this would include the first one for the Department of Administration, Project 25C05. This was $14.6 million in bond funds to continue work on the Hobart Dam rehabilitation. CIP Project 25C26 is for $71.2 million, and that's for the purchase of 5 state office buildings and improvements in Las Vegas. Similarly, Project 25C27 is for the purchase of a state office building in Reno at a cost of $22.2 million. Moving on to page 8, I would point out that there is $58.9 million for the evaporative cooling replacement for High Desert State Prison, and that's Project 25M06. And the largest project in this CIP is Project 25C01 for the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility in Las Vegas, and that is at a cost of $381.8 million. Lastly, on page 9, I would point out that of the total cost of the North Las Vegas State Veterans Home, Project 25C03, $78.1 million will be state funds, and then further on in the bill, there will be a section which authorizes federal funds for the remaining cost of the State Veterans Home in North Las Vegas. Moving on to Section 8 at the bottom of page 9. This authorizes $6.7 million in general obligation bonds for 2 Department of Motor Vehicle projects, including $4.9 million for CIP Project 25C17 and the Central Services and Records Division renovation in Carson City. This section also establishes the required annual debt service payment on bonds for these projects come from the Highway Fund. Moving on to Section 10, and that's on page 12. This specifies that the State Board of Finance may issue general obligation bonds for the 2025 CIP when it is deemed appropriate. Subsection 2 allows the State Controller to advance general fund appropriations upon the approval of the Director of the Office of Finance and the Governor's Office until such time the date the bonds are sold to finance the projects approved in the 2025 CIP. Similarly, subsection 3 allows the State Controller to advance highway fund money if bonds have not yet been sold to finance the projects approved in this section. If general funds or highway funds are advanced, the amounts must be immediately repaid to the general fund or the highway fund upon the issuance of bonds. Subsection 4 requires written notification from the Director of the Office of Finance to the State Controller State Treasurer and the Senate and Assembly fiscal analysts if a general fund and/or highway fund advance has been approved. And a reconciliation also to demonstrate the general fund and/or highway fund has been reimbursed. Next is Section 11, and this authorizes $102.4 million from funding sources other than the general fund or the state highway fund for projects identified in this section. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that dollar amount is incorrect. Section 11 authorizes the State Public Works Division to transfer $11.8 million of an amount appropriated by the 2023 legislature for a project described as 23P01. That was the Advanced Planning Headquarters Building in Carson City, and this project was canceled during the interim. And so those remaining funds are to be utilized by the State Public Works Division to fund the project in subsection 2. And that is to be transferred to carry out the program for the deferred maintenance of the Nevada System of Higher Education in Project 25M01. Section 12 limits the authority to expend the reallocated general funds through June 30th of 2029 and establishes a reversion of any remaining funds for the projects identified in Section 11. Section 13, again, we're on page 14. This authorizes $165.5 million from funding sources other than the general fund or the state highway fund for projects identified in this section. This includes authority for federal funds and agency funds. In this section, you'll note that Project 25CO3 contains federal funds of $145.1 million to fund the remaining portion of the State Veterans Home in North Las Vegas. Subsection 2 requires the State Public Works Division to not execute a contract for construction of a project approved in the 2025 CIP. That includes authorized non-state receipts until the Public Works Division has determined that the non-state funding authorized has been awarded and/or is available for expenditure. Section 14 requires that the State Public Works Division use only qualified personnel to execute the 2025 CIP. And similarly, Section 15 requires state and local government entities cooperate with the State Public Works Division in carrying out the provision of the CIP. Moving on to page 16, Section 16 authorizes $6 million in bonds for the Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation Grant Program. Subsection 2 clarifies the term proceeds means amounts received from the sale of bonds as well as any accrued interest. Section 17 approves $10.5 million in bonds for the Lake Tahoe Basin Environmental Improvement Program with authorized uses of the proceeds provided in Senate Bill 83 of this session. Section 18 approves not more than $33.9 million in bonds for the program for providing grants for water conservation and capital improvements to certain water systems. Section 19 approves $63.4 million in bonds for conservation programs authorized under AB 84 of the 80th or the 2019 legislative session. Section 20 at the bottom of page 17 provides additional explanation that is intended that bonds issued under Sections 17, 18, and certain uses of bond proceeds enumerated in Section 19 are exempt from the constitutional debt limit. Section 21 approves ad valorem taxes for general obligation debt service and the Question 1 or Q1 bond program. The conservation bond program established through AB 84 of the 2019 session. For the state's general obligation debt, 16.18 cents on every $100 of assessed valuation will be used to support existing general obligation debt of the state for prior bond issuances and for the bonds that are sold for the 2025 CIP. For the Q1 program and the conservation program established through AB 84 of the 2019 session, 0.82 cents for every $100 of assessed valuation will be used to support the bonds that were sold for the Q1 program and that will be sold for a conservation bond program established through AB 84. The overall rate of 17 cents per $100 of assessed valuation remains the same as approved for the current biennium. Section 22 requires that the state treasurer estimate whether there is sufficient funding and determine if that amount exists in the Consolidated Bond Interest and Redemption Fund to pay the principal and interest on past CIP issuances as well as current issuances. If there is not enough money in the Consolidated Bond Interest and Redemption account, the treasurer can request the state controller to reserve money in the general fund to pay those debts. Section 23 on page 20 authorizes the State Board of Finance to pay expenses related to the issuance of general obligation bonds from the proceeds of those bonds. Section 24 authorizes money to pay for bonds in the Consolidated Bond Interest and Redemption account. This would amount to $180.9 million in each year of the, in fiscal year 2026, as well as $180.6 million, I believe, in fiscal year 2027. Let's see. Section 25 authorizes the State Public Works Division and the Nevada System of Higher Education with the approval of IFC to transfer money from one project to another within the same agency. I would note that this session, because INCHE only has one project, that section does not apply to the Nevada System of Higher Education, but rather just the agencies for the State Public Works Division. Section 26 approves $3 million from the Special Capital Construction Fund for allocation to the Nevada System of Higher Education Deferred Maintenance CIP Project 25M01 and requires the balance of this funding remaining on June 30th, 2029 to be reverted to the Special Capital Construction Fund for Higher Education on or before September 21st of 2029. Moving on to Section 27 on page 22, this appropriates $33.9 million in general fund to the Legislative Fund for Capital Improvement Projects for the Legislative Council Bureau. Section 28 authorizes $191.9 million in general obligation bonds for capital improvement projects for the Legislative Council Bureau and provides that any remaining balance of the allocated amounts must be reverted to the Bond Interest and Redemption Fund on or before September 21st of 2029. Section 29 specifies that the State Board of Finance will issue general obligation bonds for the capital improvement projects for the Legislative Council Bureau when is deemed appropriate. Similar language to Section 6. Subsection 2 allows the state controller to advance general fund money if bonds have not yet been sold to finance the projects for the Legislative Council Bureau. And subsection 3 requires written notification from the director of the Legislative Council Bureau to the state controller, state treasurer, and the Senate and Assembly fiscal analysts if a general fund advance has been approved and a reconciliation provided to the Legislative Commission demonstrating the general fund and/or highway fund has been reimbursed. Section 30 specifies the State Board of Finance shall approve a single issuance of bonds for all projects proposed for issuance at a time at the same meeting, and may not vote separately or otherwise distinguish between projects. Sections 31 and 32, these sections revise the reversion language from prior CIPs to extend the reversion dates, thereby extending project authority for 2 years for the projects listed in these sections. Sections 31 and 32 also allow for the reallocation of the remaining proceeds for bonds issued under prior authorization approved by past legislatures for use for projects identified in Section 6. And then moving on to Section 33. This authorizes the cancellation of CIP Project 23C33, described as Southern Nevada Small Arms Range, Nevada Army National Guard, in accordance with NRS 241.145, Sub 1, Paragraph J. And then lastly, Section 34 on page 29. This section indicates that this act becomes effective upon passage and approval, and Section 17 of the act becomes effective on July 1st if Senate Bill 83 of the session is enacted and approved by the governor. And that concludes the sections of the bill, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Ms. Waller? Assemblymember Hafen, you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for this work. Everyone, I just echo everything that the Chair has stated on the previous ones. I just want to clarify for the record that the ad valorem tax rates that are being proposed are the exact same, I'd say last session, but I believe it was during the special the 34th special session. Could you just confirm for the record that those are not changing?
Before she answers, are you looking at section 21 of the bill?
There's two sections. I'm sorry, I need to flip open to the proper page. Both are in 21 subsections 1 and subsection 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Assemblymember Hafen. Yes, that is correct. The ad valorem tax rate totals 17 cents and has not changed. And I failed to mention that this bill does require a 2/3 vote because of the tax rate vote in this bill.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
If you'd like to change it, we could raise it if you like. No?
Can we lower it?
No. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to our last sneak peek of the evening. Not our last work of the day, but the last sneak peek. It is our K-12 bill, and we'll invite staff to give us a sneak peek of this BDR. And I anticipate we might have a few questions. Just saying, could happen. We're ready whenever you are.
All right, it's after 5 p.m., so I can say good evening. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm James Malone. With me to my left is Yuri Yakolev, and to my right is Liliana Camochapoco, and we make up the K-12 education team here at LCB Fiscal. And we will be walking the committee through the BDR introduction for the 2025 K-12 Education Funding Bill, BDR S1232. The amounts and language in this bill is reflective of the actions taken by the money committees during this legislative session and ensures sufficient funding for K-12 public education for the 2025-2027 biennium. Madam Chair, I believe you like the ripping the Band-Aid off approach, but I will do the first two sections, take a pause and go over an exhibit that each committee member has, pause for questions on that, and then we'll move on to the rest of the bill if that is all right with you.
So you're gonna rip halfway, have an explanation, then pull the rest of it off?
Just a little bit at
Okay,
first, yeah.
we can do that.
Just a corner.
Okay.
All right, so Section 1 provides the total public support for school districts, charter schools, and university schools for profoundly gifted pupils that is calculated at an estimated $13,889 on a per-pupil basis in fiscal year 2026. These amounts include all state K-12 funding, the pupil-centered funding plan, and federal funding provided through the Department of Education. It does not include federal funding provided directly to the school districts, and it does not include one-time federal funding provided to address emergency COVID-19 funding or appropriations made to the Interim Finance Committee. Total funding, all in, is the federal state categorical divided by enrollment. Section 2 provides the total public support on a per-pupil base at an estimated $13,963 in fiscal year 2027. And so at this point, I will bring the committee's attention to an exhibit that was provided with your BDR introduction. It has colors. and some bar charts. And this provides an overview of the all-in per pupil amounts for the legislatively approved budget for the 23-25 biennium of $12,904 in fiscal year 2024 and $13,387 in fiscal year 2025. I will note that those amounts are inclusive of the allocations approved by the Interim Finance Committee for Senate Bill 231, salary increases for teachers and education support professionals. And the middle columns there is the governor's recommended as amended amounts. The first in 2026 is $13,941, and the second in fiscal year 2027 is a $14,130. And as indicated before in sections 1 and 2, 2026 for the Money Committee approved numbers is $13,889 and $13,963. There are a couple things I would like to point out when looking at these two numbers when compared to the governor's recommended as amended amount. The pupil-centered funding plan adjusted base amounts decreased when compared to the governor's recommended as amended amounts. And the reason for that is a combination of three separate factors when closing the budget account this through the committee's actions. The first one being that there is an attendance area adjustment that gets applied to the statewide base per pupil amount, and depending on the location of the school, that amount could be increased. And there were various Clark County School District schools that were included in rural attendance areas that bumped up their adjustment factor. The second is a error in the proportional reduction percentage for the fiscal year 2020 baseline provisions, where looking at the allocation when bringing those schools up at the end of the balancing model, a greater weight was placed on the adjusted base and weighted funding categories, and there was an error in the formula that was presented in the model when given to the legislature at the time. And the third one was the committee's action to not approve rolling up all funding for the fiscal year 2020 baseline funding amounts into the adjusted base per pupil amount as recommended by the governor. The committee's action resulted in those amounts being broken out for their respective weighted and tiered funding categories, which brought down the adjusted base per pupil total, but however was allocated to those other funding categories. There was no reduction in total funding for those entities. And with that, Madam Chair, I will pause and address any questions regarding this graph before I pass it off to Ms. Camacho Poco to go through the rest of the BDR.
Thank you so much. Members, questions? Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malone, and thank you for anticipating my question. But just to kind of highlight some of the decisions where money may have been moved, let's say from tier funding to categorical funding, I think one of the exemplars, and hopefully I'm correct in representing this, and always feel free to correct me if I am incorrect, when you're looking at the governor recommendation as amended to the Money Committee approved, and you look at state. If you start off on the gov side, looking at the pupil-centered funding plan tiers compared to the Money Committee approved, there's a decrease of $300, it looks like. And then if you go 2 lines down to the state categorical programs, where the GovRec is about $600 and then it increases to $900, is that, like, for example, decisions that the subcommittee and the committee approved with respect to educator raises that followed from SB 231 from the 2023 session, where it was moved from tier funding as proposed in GovRec over to categorical funding? Is that a correct understanding?
James Malone for the record. That is correct.
You may have answered the rest of her questions in your presentation. Members, any other questions before we move on? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I will proceed with the rest of the Band-Aid. I am Liliana Camacho Poco, for the record, from the Fiscal Analysis Division. I will begin on page 2, section 3. Subsection 1 includes general fund appropriations for the People-Centered Funding Plan account of $1.4 billion in each year of the 25-27 biennium. Subsection 2, the legislative declaration that the amount appropriated is sufficient to fund the operations of K-12 education. Subsection 3, 4, and 5 includes standard language requiring the general fund appropriations to be subject to the requirement of the State Budget Act. Also allows general fund appropriations to be transferred between fiscal years with approval of the governor upon the recommendation of the director of the governor's finance office without IFC approval. And section 4, beginning on page 4, subsection 1, authorizations of $4.4 billion in fiscal year 2026, and subsection 2 includes authorizations of $4.4 billion in fiscal year 2027. These amounts reflect the funding provided by non-general fund sources, including property tax, local school support tax, governmental services tax, and room tax revenue. And subsection 3 includes standard language requiring the authorizations to be subject to the requirements of the State Budget Act. For a total amount of funding provided in sections 3 of general fund and section 4 authorizations is $5.8 billion in fiscal year 2026 and $5.8 billion in fiscal year 2027. Section 5 also begins on page 4. And this begins the funding of the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan in fiscal year 2026 based on the funding tiers established in Chapter 387 of NRS. Subsection 1 provides the transfers of funding for food services and transportation costs for each school district. Subsection 2 provides the transfers of local funding for special education costs for each school district and all charter schools totaling $599.8 million in fiscal year 2026. Subsection 3 provides a statewide base per pupil funding of $9,416 in fiscal year 2026. Subsection 4 provides the adjusted base per pupil funding amount in fiscal year 2026 for each school district, and amounts include the statewide base per pupil funding, as well as the Nevada Cost of Education Index and attendance area adjustments for each school district on the pupil-centered funding plan, or the calculated per pupil amount for those school districts receiving the fiscal year 2020 baseline amount. Subsection 5 provides a statewide base per pupil funding amount of $9,416 that would be provided to pupils enrolled full-time in a program of distance education in fiscal year 2026 for each charter school or university school for profoundly gifted pupils, as virtual charter schools only receive the statewide base per pupil funding amount per NRS 387.1214. Subsection 6 indicates adjusted base per pupil funding would be provided for charter schools inclusive of the attendance area adjustments for those charter schools operating within those areas. These amounts vary based on the adjusted base amount as well as the attendance area adjustment calculated for each area. Subsection 7 provides the calculated weights for English learners of 0.45, at-risk pupils of 0.35, and gifted and talented pupils of 0.12. Subsection 8 provides the weighted funding that would be provided to individual school districts, charter schools combined, and the university schools for profoundly gifted pupils in fiscal year 2026. The totals for English learner are $232.7 million. Total for at-risk funding of $165 million, and total for gifted and talented funding of $9.9 million. Subsection 9 details the school districts that would receive the fiscal year 2020 baseline amounts under the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan in fiscal year 2026 are Esmeralda, Eureka, and Story County school districts. This subsection further clarifies that these school districts may reapportion base and weight funding to provide a reasonably equal education opportunity for its pupils. Section 6, beginning on page 10, is similar to Section 5 and begins the funding for the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan in fiscal year 2027 based on the funding tiers established in Chapter 387 of NRS. Subsection 1 provides the transfers of funding for food service and transportation costs for each school district. Subsection 2 provides the transfers of local funding for special education costs for each school district and all charter schools, totaling $599.8 million in fiscal year 2027. Subsection 3 provides a statewide base per pupil funding of $9,486 in fiscal year 2027. And subsection 4 provides the adjusted base per pupil funding amount in fiscal year 2027 for each school district, and amounts include the base per pupil funding as well as the Nevada Cost of Education Index and attendance area adjustments for each school district on the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan or the calculated per pupil amount for those school districts receiving the fiscal year 2020 baseline amount. Subsection 5 provides the statewide base per pupil funding amount of $9,486 that would be provided to pupils enrolled full-time in a program of distance education in fiscal year of 2027 for each charter school or university school for profoundly gifted pupils, as virtual charter schools only receive the statewide base per pupil funding amount per NRS 387.1214. Subsection 6 indicates adjusted base per pupil funding would be provided for charter schools inclusive of the attendance area adjustments for those charter schools operating within those areas, and these amounts vary based on the adjusted base amount as well as the attendance area adjustments calculated for each area. Subsection 7 provides the calculated weights for English learners of 0.45, at-risk pupils of 0.35, and gifted and talented pupils of 0.12. Subsection 8 provides the weighted funding that would be provided in fiscal year 2027 to individual school districts, charter schools combined, and the university school for profoundly gifted pupils, and the English learner total of $234.4 million, the at-risk funding total of $166.2 million, and gifted and talented funding of $9.9 million. Subsection 9 details the school districts that would receive fiscal year 2020 baseline amounts under the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan in fiscal year 2027, and those are Esmeralda, Eureka, and Story County School Districts. And this further clarifies that these school districts may reapportion base and weight funding to provide a reasonably equal educational opportunity for its pupils. And page 15 starts section 7, which indicates that the measure used to identify at-risk pupils is the graduation-related analytic data, or GRAD score, within the Infinite Campus System for fiscal year 2026. It also prescribes the GRAD score as the measure for fiscal year 2027 unless the School Board of Education prescribes otherwise, with a proportional adjustment to the at-risk identifier and changes in distributions to local educational agencies subject to IFC approval. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. I will pass it on to Mr. Yakovlev.
For the record, Yuri Yakovlev, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Picking up on page 16, Section 8, Subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $257.6 million in fiscal year 26 and $262.4 million in fiscal year 27 for the account for state special education services. Subsection 2 provides authorizations of $2 million in each year of the 2025-27 biennium in the account for state special education services. This is balanced forward funding utilized to fund extraordinary special education expenditures. Subsections 3 and 4 provide the transfer of $256.1 million in fiscal year 26 and $260.9 million in fiscal year 27 for state special education funding provided to school districts, charter schools, and university schools for profoundly gifted pupils, largely based on their special education enrollment as a multiplier. Subsections 5 and 6 provide the transfer of $1.5 million in both fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27 for state special education funding provided to school districts and charter schools with special education enrollment that exceeds the 13% funding cap. Subsections 7 and 8 provide the transfer of $2 million that is utilized to fund extraordinary special education expenditures that are not ordinarily present in the typical special education service and delivery system at a public school. Subsection 9 requires the remaining general fund appropriations to revert at the end of each fiscal year. Section 9, Subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $162.4 million in both fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27 for the other state education programs account. Subsection 2 is standard language requiring the general fund appropriations to be subject to the requirements of the State Budget Act. Subsection 3 provides the transfer of $19.3 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the other state education programs account for the adult high school diploma program. Subsection 4 includes an annual reporting requirement for that program. Subsection 5 requires any remaining funding from fiscal year 26 for the adult high school diploma program to be balanced forward and added to the fiscal year 27 funding. And also requires any remaining funding at the end of fiscal year 27 to revert to the general fund. Subsection 6 provides that money appropriated as outlined in this section is available for both fiscal year 26 and 27 and may be transferred from year to year with interim finance committee approval. Paragraph A provides the transfer of $3.9 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the other state education programs account for the Jobs for Nevada's Graduates program. Paragraph B provides the transfer of $300,000 in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the other state education programs account to the Department of Education for transfer to the Leadership Institute of Nevada for the implementation and operation of education leadership training programs. Expenditure of these amounts is contingent upon a one-to-one match from sources other than the state appropriation. Subsection 7 includes an annual reporting requirement to the Interim Finance Committee for the Education Leadership Training Program. Subsection 8 requires the remaining general fund appropriations for the Jobs for Nevada's Graduates Program and the Leadership Institute of Nevada to revert to the general fund at the end of fiscal year 27. Subsections 9 and 10 provide the transfer of $13.5 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the other state education programs account for the award of grants for the Career and Technical Education Program. Any unused funding must revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year. Subsections 11 and 12 provide the transfer of $462,725 in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the other state education programs account for the award of grants to support public broadcasting in the state. Any unused funding must revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year. And subsections 13 through 15 provides the $124.9 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the other state education programs account to be distributed to school districts to maintain salary increases for teachers and education support professionals. Funding shall be distributed monthly in 1/12 apportionments, and any unused funding must revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year. Section 10, subsection 1, provides authorizations of $2.4 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 in the other state education programs account to the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching program. Subsection 2 provides parameters that the funding in subsection 1, any appropriations made or other funding made available to the program be used to provide stipends at a specified rate. Section 11, subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $7.7 million in both fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27 for the professional development programs account. Subsection 2 is standard language requiring the general fund appropriations to be subject to the requirements of the State Budget Act. Section 12, subsections 1 and 2 provide the transfer of $7.6 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the professional development programs account to the Department of Education for transfer to school districts that serve as fiscal agents. As identified in this subsection, the following transfers would occur in both fiscal year 26 and 27. To the Clark County School District, $4 million, to the Elko County School District, $1.3 million, and to the Washoe County School District, $2.3 million. Subsection 3 requires any remaining funding from fiscal year 26 for professional development programs to be balanced forward and added to the fiscal year 27 funding, and requires any remaining funding at the end of fiscal year 27 to revert to the general fund. Section 13, subsections 1 and 2 provide the transfer of $100,000 in both fiscal year 26 and 27 from the Professional Development Programs account to the Department of Education for transfer to the Statewide Council for the coordination of the regional training programs to provide additional training opportunities for education administrators in Nevada. Subsection 3 requires any remaining funding from fiscal year 26 for the council to be balanced forward and added to the fiscal year 27 funding, and requires any remaining funding at the end of fiscal year 27 to revert to the general fund. Section 14, subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $882,946 in fiscal year 26 to the Interim Finance Committee for the Professional Development Programs account. Subsection 2 allows an allocation of the funds to the Department of Education if sufficient supporting documentation detailing the amount for collectively bargained salary and benefit increases is provided. Subsections 3 and 4 require unallocated funding remaining at the end of fiscal year 27 to revert to the general fund, and requires any unused allocated funding to revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year. Section 15, subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $560,886 in both fiscal year 26 and 27 for the 1/5 Retirement Credit Purchase Program account. Subsection 2 allows the funding to be transferred between fiscal years with Interim Finance Committee approval. Section 16, subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $2.4 million in both fiscal year 26 and 27 for the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program account. Subsection 2 is standard language requiring the general fund appropriations be subject to the State Budget Act. Subsections 3 and 4 provide authorizations of $4.5 million in fiscal year 26 and $4.5 million in fiscal year 27, which is largely balanced forward funding in the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program account. Section 17, subsection 1 provides general fund appropriations of $323,628 in fiscal year 26 to the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship Program account. Section 18, subsection 1 provides authorization of $323,628 in fiscal year 27 for the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship Program account. Section 19, subsection 1 directs the state controller to draw their warrants and transfer $126.9 million from the Education Stabilization account to the Pupil Center Funding Plan account in fiscal year 25. Section 20, subsection 1 directs the state controller to draw their warrant and transfer $115.7 million from the Education Stabilization account to the Pupil Center Funding Plan account in fiscal year 26. Section 21, subsection 1 provides authorizations of $755.3 million in fiscal year 26 in the Education Stabilization account. Subsection 2 provides authorizations of $648.7 million in fiscal year 27. And subsection 3 is standard language requiring the general fund appropriations to be subject to the State Budget Act. Section 22 is cleanup language. Sections 23 and 24 amend NRS 391A-705 and 391A-710 to remove the incentivizing pathways to teaching program provisions, allowing the program to provide tuition assistance consistent with the closing actions of the full money committees. Section 25 indicates this act can be voted on prior to the period of submission for fiscal notes expiring. Section 26 repeals NRS 388-397, consistent with the closing actions of the full money committees, which allowed the Department of Education to carry forward remaining career and technical education funding to following fiscal years. And Section 27 outlines the effective dates of this act. And that concludes my portion. Thank you.
Thank you, all three of you. Members, do you have any questions as the remainder of the Band-Aid was ripped off? Awesome. Not seeing any. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Ways and Means Committee, don't hate me, but we're going to be in recess for a minute or more. A brief recess. A brief recess. A brief recess. All right, we will bring the Ways and Means Committee back to order. And we will continue on with BDRs. And we will have a walkthrough of the Appropriations Act and invite staff to the table. Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming over on such short notice.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nancy Morris from the Fiscal Analysis Division, joined at the table by Mr. Alex Hartz, and in the audience is the rest of the team that worked on the Appropriations Act. It truly does take a village for something this size. I'd like to point out Stephanie Day, Justin Luna, Daniel Miller, and Colby Nichols, who also assisted in the drafting of this bill and drew the long straws and get to sit in the back. The Appropriations Act implements budget decisions made by the money committees for state general fund and highway funded budgets, as well as back language to implement money committee decisions related to appropriated funding. With the chair's indulgence, I will walk through the sections of the bill to give the committee an idea of what's in there, but I will not, unless anybody has severe interest, walk through the dollars in each of these sections 2 through 34 by fiscal year, because we all have lives to live. Sections.
I thought that we gave that up when we got elected, so you have a life.
Sections 1 through 34, which are on pages 1 through 18 of the bill, include general fund appropriations for the operation of state government totaling $4.209 billion in fiscal year 2026 and $4.344 billion in fiscal year 2027, or $8.553 billion over the 25-27 biennium, which is an increase of approximately $1.511 billion, or 21.5%, when compared to general fund appropriations approved by the 2023 legislature for the 23-25 biennium. Committee members will note included in those first 34 sections of the bill is Section 18 for the Nevada Health Authority, which is a structure similar to that in the Authorizations Act. Section 35 of the bill on pages 18 to 19 in the Act includes highway fund appropriations in Section 35, totaling $198.3 million in fiscal year 26 and $201.7 million in fiscal year 27, or $400.0 million over the 25-27 biennium, which is an increase of approximately $63.9 million, or 19%, from the previous biennium. Budgets excluded from the Appropriations Act include 7K through 12 budgets included in the Education Bill, general fund authorizations for the Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission, and highway fund authorizations for the Department of Transportation in the Authorization Act. Staff also notes general fund appropriations in the back language of this act total $24.6 million in fiscal year 26 and $105,182 in fiscal year 27. Section 36 of the bill, which is on pages 19 to 20, is revised language requiring appropriations to be expended in accordance with NRS 353-150 to 353-246 inclusive, also known as the State Budget Act. Section 36 notes funds are appropriated to separate fiscal years, and transfers between categories will be made in accordance with the State Budget Act with the approval of the Interim Finance Committee upon recommendation of the governor. This section excludes entities that are exempt from the State Budget Act, including the Legislative Fund, the Supreme Court, and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Also in this section is language regarding the timing and allowability of transfers between budgets. Section 37 on pages 20 and 21 is a carryover section which enumerates 23 budgets that are allowed to transfer appropriations between fiscal years. Section 38 is carryover language that allows for the transfer of appropriations related to deferred maintenance or extraordinary maintenance between fiscal years of the 25-27 biennium within the same budget. Section 39 on page 22 is carryover language, which allows $25,000 appropriated to the Governor's Finance Office Special Appropriation Budget, available in both years to support Civil Air Patrol over the 25-27 biennium. Section 40 is carryover language that allows for $1 million in each year of the 25-27 biennium to be available for expenditure in either year of the 25-27 biennium related to broadband improvement for schools for the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology. Section 41 on pages 22 and 23 is new language that allows the amounts appropriated to the Commission on Ethics for the implementation of a new electronic case management system to be available in both years of the 25-27 biennium. Section 42 is new language that provides that money remaining in the Workforce Innovations for a New Nevada account remaining at the end of fiscal year 26 to carry forward to fiscal year 27, and remaining funds at the end of fiscal year 2027 to revert to the state general fund. Section 43 is new language that provides that monies appropriated are available in each year and that money remaining in the Merit Award Board budget account at the end of fiscal year 26 is available in fiscal year 27. Section 44 on pages 23 through 27 is revised language that relates to the Supreme Court and allows for the transfer of general fund appropriations between fiscal years and budget accounts for certain Supreme Court operating budget accounts. In addition, general fund appropriations in the Administrative Office of the Court's budget account are available for both fiscal years of the 25-27 biennium, including $350,128 to fund comprehensive training and education, $168,100 for contract staffing to maintain legacy information technology systems, $351,860 for an electronic portal for the guardianship program, $1.1 million for the Supreme Court's technology unit to operate independent of the executive branch, and $39,397 to expand the court interpreter program. Section 45 is carry forward language that allows $2 million of state highway funds in each year of the 25-27 biennium to be available for either year of the biennium to support the Department of Motor Vehicles credit card fees. Section 46 is new language that provides that remaining funding for the Graduate Medical Education Grant Program in the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology at the end of fiscal years 25, 26, and 27 to carry forward and not revert to the general fund. Section 47, which is on page 28, is new language that suspends transfers to the rainy day account over the 25-27 biennium. Section 48 is new language that provides that the funds appropriated in Section 21 to the prison ranch and prison industry budget accounts do not revert to the state general fund. Section 49 is carryover language that requires any remaining balance of the $1 million appropriation made in 2015 to support sagebrush improvement projects not revert to the general fund. Section 50 on pages 28 and 29 is existing language that provides that $50,000 in each year of the 25-27 biennium to be available for either year for the support of the Conservation and Natural Resources Administration contract services to update the Conservation Credit System Manual and Nevada Scientific Methods Document and Habitat Quantification Tool. Section 51 is carryover language noting appropriations in the Knowledge account and the Main Street account within the Governor's Office of Economic Development must be carried forward and do not revert to the general fund. Section 52 is continuing language for the NSHE Special Projects budget, allowing funding to be carried forward for up to 2 fiscal years before the unspent balance must be reverted to the general fund. Sections 53 through 64 on pages 30 through 34 of the BDR allow for the transfer of appropriated funds between or among budgets. Section 53 is continuing language allowing for the transfer of appropriations related to salaries between budgets within the same department or division. 54 is carry forward language stipulating the amounts appropriated to the legislative fund are available for either fiscal year and may be transferred among the legislative budgets. 55 is continuing language providing the Division of Social Services to transfer appropriations among its budgets. 56 is continuing language allowing transfers between the Medicaid and checkup budgets within the Nevada Health Authority. 57 is continuing language allowing transfer of general fund appropriations among the 3 Division of Child and Family Services juvenile justice budgets. 58 is continuing language allowing transfers between the 2 Division of Child and Family Services mental health budgets. 59 is continuing language allowing transfers amongst the Division of Public and Behavioral Health behavioral health budgets. Section 60 is carry forward language relating to the upper payment limit budget, which allows for transfer of savings realized in the Department of Human Services budgets to fund the state share of the private hospital collaborative supplemental payment program and to fund reversions to both the general fund and the Fund for a Healthy Nevada. Section 61 is continuing language allowing transfers among the regional center budgets within the Aging and Disability Services Division budgets. Section 62 is continuing language allowing for the transfer from either the Medicaid or checkup budgets to the administration budget within the Nevada Health Authority to support administrative activities. Section 63 is continuing language that allows for the transfer of funds among NSHE budget accounts included in the executive budget. And Section 64 is revised language that allows for the transfer of funds among Department of Corrections budgets. The new Training Academy budget within the Department of Corrections is excluded from these provisions. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Hartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, for the record, Alex Hartz, Fiscal Analysis Division. Picking up with Section 65, which is on page 34, is new language that clarifies that the general fund appropriations for the operation of the public option in the Nevada Health Authority are made directly to the public option budget account. Section 66 is carryover language which expresses the intent of the legislature is to continue the current service delivery model related to prescription drugs for the Medicaid and the checkup programs over the 2025-27 biennium. Section 67, which is at the bottom of page 34 and continues on to page 35, is carryover language that specifies that appropriations made to certain Nevada Health Authority and Division of Social Service budget accounts are limits and that supplemental appropriations shall not be requested except under certain conditions, including changes in the federal reimbursement or program structure. Section 68 is carryover language which specifies that the appropriations made to the Washoe County and Clark County child welfare budgets, except support for the adoption subsidy programs, are limits, and those budgets shall not request supplemental appropriations. Section 69 and 70 is revised language which establishes a minimum wage for direct care workers of personal care service agencies equaling not less than $16 per hour of the $25 per hour rate received for Medicaid providers, as well as Aging and Disability Services Division providers, with the clarification added that the hourly wage must be paid as direct compensation and may not be decreased by health insurance or costs of other employment benefits. Section 71 is carryover language which requires NSHE to comply with any request by the governor to set aside funds. Section 72 is revised language that allows for a general fund advance to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources in the event of delayed receipts related to forest fire suppression. And what was added here is the new out-of-state fire suppression account. Section 73 is carryover language which allows for a $50,000 general fund advance to the Office of the Military in the event that the Nevada National Guard is ordered to active duty. Section 74 is new language that specifies that amounts appropriated to the Office of the State Treasurer for the administration of the Nevada Employee Savings Trust Program are a loan and are to be repaid. Section 75 is new language that specifies the amounts appropriated to the Nevada Office of Cyber Defense Coordination are a loan and are to be repaid. Section 76 is carryover language. This section includes an appropriation of $208,659 over the 2025-27 biennium to support the legislator's retirement system, and that appropriation is made to PERS. Section 77 is $16.4 million appropriation to support the costs of the 83rd legislative session. Section 78 is $8.1 million appropriated to the Legislative Fund for Information Technology projects and equipment and for dues and registration costs for national organizations. Section 79 is new language that directs the legislative auditor to conduct to conduct an audit of the Aging and Disability Services Division's Early Intervention Services Program and provide a report to the Legislative Commission by January 31st, 2027. Section 80 is new language which extends the reversion date of the $903,284 appropriated to the Division of State Lands in the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources by the 2023 Appropriations Act for the replacement of the division's land management system, which is revised to extend through fiscal year 2026. Section 81, aside from noted exceptions, Section 81 specifies that the standard reversion dates for unspent appropriations. Section 82 requires the controller to process claims and specifies the last day to process claims in each fiscal year. Section 85 directs the controller to establish funding as directed in this act. Section 84 directs the controller to pay salaries for certain elected officials in biweekly installments. Section 85 specifies permissible actions if the projection of the ending general fund balance is projected to be less than $175 million for either fiscal year. Section 86 is carryover language relating to payments made to the federal government under the Federal Cash Management Improvement Act of 1990. Section 87 is also carryover language that specifies that the director of the Nevada Health Authority shall reimburse providers of applied behavior analysis services that align with the approved Medicaid and Nevada checkup budgets, notwithstanding statutory provisions that require rates to align with the median rates of comparable states. Section 88 is new language which clarifies that if a budget account is provided non-reversion language by statute, then the statutory non-reversion language still applies to the budget account. Section 89 is language that accounts for changes in the names of state officers or agencies. Section 90 allows the committee to vote on a bill before responses to fiscal notes are received. And Section 91 provides the effective dates for the Appropriations Act.
Thank you so much. Members, this will be an assembly bill, much like the three we went through earlier that will originate out of the Senate. We did the walkthrough. The Senate's running behind, so I wanted to do the walkthrough of this bill so we could ask our questions now. It will go over to the Senate. They'll do their walkthrough. That bill will come to us, and we will do the bill introduction later today. But this is your opportunity to ask staff any questions you have on this. Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and thank you for running over to do this. My question has to do with Section 88.2 with the non-reversionary account. How is this reported and/or audited if necessary? I realize that this is a new, I think when you were going over it, sounds like it's a new idea. So just wondering if it is in fact new or if we already have standard practices around it.
Nancy Morris, Fiscal Analysis Division. The addition of Section 88 was to provide, call it blanket provision, because there are certain budget accounts that by statute are declared as not needing to revert unspent funds at the end of a fiscal year. So the purpose of adding this section was to provide that even if it's not specifically called out in this bill, statutory provisions still apply.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair. That makes sense.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for coming over to do the walkthrough for us. I truly appreciate it. And we will move on to the next BDR walkthrough, which will be our pay bill, the compensation for state employees. Invite staff to the table. I am so sorry. You can start anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Jean-Marie Mangoba from the Fiscal Analysis Division. With me today is the pay bill team, starting with Ms. Kimbra Ellsworth, and behind us is Madison Ryan. Smile so you can be recognized. Nicolette Johnston and Damian Meeks. And this is a team effort. So we are here to walk the committee through BDRS-1229, which is the pay bill, which among all other things establishes the maximum allowed salaries for certain state employees and revises provisions relating to compensation of employees of the Senate and Assembly. Section 1 which covers pages 1 to 34, provides the maximum salaries for employees in the classified service, and it's organized by department. So we're going to jump to page 34, section 2, subsection 1 and 2, on pages 34 and 35, allows the Division of Human Resource Management of the Department of Administration to review the duties and responsibilities of a position that may have been omitted from the bill to establish the salary, and allows for correction of the bill if any errors with the approval of the Interim Finance Committee. Moving on to page 35, subsections 3 to 6 include standard provision regarding persons filling or vacating unclassified positions, and allows for the current salary of a filled position to be retained if it is higher than the salary set forth in section 1 of this bill. Moving on to page 36, section 3 is a carryover language for callback pay for Department of Human Services and the Department of Corrections senior psychiatrists, senior physicians, or pharmacists. Section 4 is also a carryover language for credential pay for certain employees at the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Section 5 is a standard language to align position's name or agency name, any changes from other legislation this legislative session. Moving on to page 37, Section 6 amends NRS 218A.605 related to the base amounts of money for each day's employment for Senate and Assembly employees. Moving on to page 39 and 40 are just standard language existing in statutes. On page 41 is section 7. This revises NRS 223.425 related to the appointment of deputy directors at the Governor's Office of Finance. Section 8 adds a language indicating that the bill is exempt from the requirement to obtain fiscal notes before a committee may take action. And lastly, Section 9, the act becomes effective on July 1st, 2025. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, any questions? Again, this will originate in the Assembly, and much like we did earlier on the Senate bills, they will get ours, do their walkthrough, and then we will get the BDR, and we will have our BDR introduction later, hopefully today. It's that time of the session where we're living here, unfortunately, so seeing no questions? All right, thank you all so much. And the first group left already. Thank you guys for the work that you're doing. I know that we've had early morning meetings, some late night meetings, some Saturday gatherings, whether we wanted to or not, but you guys have done an amazing job, and we truly appreciate all your hard work. Thank you. And they're so bright and cheerful. All right, thank you so much. So members, Ways and Means Committee will stand in recess. Our next stop will be the floor. And we will be back. Uh-huh. Maybe. It's not an adjournment, it's a recess. We might be able to do it behind the bar, so take your stuff with you, okay? But we will be gathering again as a committee. We get to see our bright and shiny faces a few more times before we go home tonight. You guys aren't smiling. Okay, we're in recess.